Hey now, it's another video. Hey now. Today's Thursday. Hello there. Welcome back to another video. I'm in a good mood, so I'll do a dance. What the fuck am I doing? Anyway, have a look at this massive pile of clothes that I've got ready to head out the door and go into the clothes donation bank, which you saw me yesterday put a load of shoes in there. Damn, it felt good to let them go, you know? It does feel good to let things go, even though you sort of get the sentimental attachment where you're thinking, damn, I might need this thing, I like this thing, etc, 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 etc. The actual feeling when you just say, right, you know what, no, it's going anyway. And you just give it away now. Give it away now. Give it away now. Give it away now. Oh yeah. Give it away now. Give it away now. Give it away now. I can't tell if I'm a kingpin or a pauper. I can't tell if I'm a kingpin or a pauper. Bam. 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 He's dropping those lyrics, brother. Bam. Bam. Another one. Bam! Another one. Bam! This guy's dropping bombs. Boom! Who is that guy? Tim Westwood. Oh no, wait. We can't say that one. Anyway, so it's 1:52 a.m. Right now, and I ain't been to sleep yet, but it is already Thursday, so we're starting Thursday's video on Thursday. Here we are. Today is an interesting and exciting day. At 3 p.m, something very good is going to happen. Which is that the estate agents come around to have a look at the yard and quite possibly evaluate it. So, between now and then, I'm going to get rid of that big pile of clothes. That's where I'm going to start off. And then I'm going to start working through a whole bunch of other stuff. So, anyway, just for the video, I'll show you this. These are my suits. I've got two suits. This green one. And I've got this grey one. I'll pull out the grey one. Here's the grey one. I've got a grey one and a green one. And I love these suits. I really do. There may be a point when I just wear suits. I'm going to see how many clothes I actually managed to shed and what I just can't even bear to let go of. But the goal is to basically leave this house with a backpack. Then saying that though, here's I've got all these brand new pairs of shoes. I've not worn these. Brand new pair of DCs there. Then underneath that, another one. Brand new pair of DCs there. That's two pairs. And underneath that, another one. Another brand new pair of DCs there. These ones are brown. Oh man. And then, no exaggeration, I've got another one here. Another brand new pair. Not even worn these yet. So that's 4 pairs of shoes, brand new, unworn, that now I'm not sure what to do with them. I don't know if I should sell them or I should keep them for when my shoes wear out. But if I'm going to keep them, I don't know where to keep them because I'm not going to have a house. So, what are my options? I think my options are... Okay, let's make it more exciting, interesting. Options are... option 1 is get a storage unit. Put everything that I really want to keep in the storage unit. And then, if and when I end up buying either a new house or I end up renting a place or I end up buying a vehicle, then I could keep those there. If I end up getting a vehicle, then I could just keep all those shoes in the vehicle. That would make sense, for sure. And then there'll be space in there for my clothes as well, I guess. It's definitely an option. I'd have to look into exactly what kind of vehicle to get. I've been talking with friends about, what should I do? What do they think I should do? And one of my friends keeps saying, oh, you got to get a camper, man. Camper, man? You got to get a camper van, man. You got to get a camper van and then become a camper man. So I could be a camper man with a camper van. But I don't know if I want to do that. I'm not ready for the road whatsoever. I do have a driving license, yes, but I haven't driven a car in so long that I would need some lessons first, just driving about to get comfortable and get used to being on the road again. And then there's a possibility that I might feel good enough to actually get a vehicle. But anyway, these are the options. I mean, I really, really don't want to get rid of these shoes because I bought these shoes out of like pure love for the DCs. They're one of the only things I could really want to keep. And because they're brand new as well. I've got 2 pairs of DCs that I'm currently wearing. So I guess I must have bought 6 pairs of shoes in one go. Which was... I don't think I'm going to do that again. I think I should go back to what I was doing, which is wear a pair of shoes until they're done. Then chuck them, or then buy another pair and then chuck away the pair I've got. And just live like that. And I like that. I like the living out of the backpack feeling. And I also like the thing that, like, also what I was doing before is, like, I just had one jacket. And then when I'm finished with that jacket, I just buy another jacket and lose the jacket that I had already. But jackets really tend to last a long time. But I'm looking at the pile of clothes in front of me and how many jackets are actually in there. How many coats, how many jackets, etc. I've got so many. Most of them haven't been worn for quite some time. There's 1 or 2 that I'd wear pretty regularly. So it makes sense to get rid of most of them. Well, it makes sense to get rid of basically all of them. I'm really, really super condensing down all of my belongings into the absolute bare minimum. Like I'm saying, that my goal is to just have a backpack of stuff, and that is it. It's a kind of a crazy goal, but I'm going to try to get to that place. So, yeah, next question is, I guess, why have I not been to sleep? It's 2 a.m. What have I been doing? So, yeah, yesterday night, I don't know if you watched the video, but 2 of the boys ended up coming around and we ended up chilling for a bit and with the dog as well. and we just hung out here, and we just were joking around and shit. And then we were just putting on like tune after tune after tune after tune, just listening to music, chatting away, just being daft, being silly, just having fun. And I was providing the drinks, so I got everyone some drinks, and we just had a drink, and that was pretty good. But man, after they left, I just carried on watching music videos, and I just let YouTube autoplay, just one music video after another, and it's just still going. And I probably just sat here and watched like I don't know how many music videos, a lot. I've probably been sat here for 4 hours just watching one music video after another, but just really, really, really enjoying it. So I've got no complaints about any of that. It's been great. It's been a good night, but I'm still up. So I don't know if I'm gonna get much sleep or any sleep, but I gotta be. All I gotta do tomorrow is be up for this meeting at 3 o'clock, and then the rest of the day is just uh, me doing whatever I can. Um, but the main focus will really be going through all my stuff and trying to get rid of most of it in whatever way possible. That's the basic idea. So yeah, uh, life is good. This is the intro to the vlog. Good morning. Hats off to you, and keep watching. It's going to be a great day again, and fingers crossed, another great video. So do keep watching. Still haven't managed to get any sleep. It's nearly 4 a.m. Just had something to eat. Now listening to Jordan Peterson talking. Before that, I was listening to David Icke talking. So I've stopped watching music videos. Now I'm listening to more interesting things. Like Jordan Peterson talking. It's from his 2017 Personality 19 Biology and Traits Openness, Intelligence, Creativity 2 lecture back when he was working at the university, and he was doing his classes at the university, and I think that was what sparked his rise to fame. I can't confirm that. I have realised that I've just become a mindless repeater of so-called factual information, which has not been confirmed and which I have no idea about. And I really, really try not to do that. Because, the reason is because I really, really don't like it when people do that about me. They say, they speak, they share so-called factual information about me. Factual, which is just pure fiction. So yeah, I'm listening to Jordan Peterson, and then I'm basically just like waiting through the darkness until it's light, and then gonna take out that pile of clothes. It's only around the corner, so it's actually really not much effort at all to just take them out and shove them in the bin, the donations bin. And then they'll be gone. And then I can start on another lot of stuff. I don't know what, just whatever looks doable. But like I said, it's all got to go. So, guy's going to come over a mattress today that he couldn't take yesterday because he couldn't fit it in the car. So I've got to be in to help him out with that, and then get another tenner off him. And then I've got to be in at 3 for the estate agent's visit. Apart from that, no real plans for the day. Apart from a loose plan to carry on clearing out whatever I can, and then also doing my video. It will be good when all the work is done, and then I just have to focus on doing my video. And it should really make the video a lot more interesting for me, and I guess for anyone else who watches it as a result, because it'll be, you'll be able to see me going about on my travels one place at a time. Obviously, I don't want to get overexcited thinking about all the possibilities. So, one thing at a time. But it'll be good. So, I'm going to carry on listening to Jordan Peterson talking about personality, biology, openness, intelligence, and creativity.
Or anxious.
I'm going to lie down for a bit. I don't know if I'll fall asleep. I tried to sleep before, but it didn't really work. I can hear this dripping noise because I'm laying down right next to the radiator. I just keep hearing this like drip, 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 drip. I don't know if you can hear it on the camera. I tried doing some TikTok dances before. But I can't quite line the shot up properly. So it doesn't get like my feet in it. But I do some fancy footwork, so I was trying to catch that. It's about 7:30. tired. Mix some breakfast. It's 9:30 a.m. I just woke up. How do I feel about today? Anxious, nervous, excited. And just a little bit terrified. All of those mixed together. I managed to sleep well eventually. Maybe a little bit too well. I'd still like some more. I didn't nod off until gone 4 a.m. So I probably only had 5 hours. I just made some super strong coffee. I'm gonna neck that in a second. Hopefully that will get me going. I don't exactly want to move yet. I am now thinking more and more about becoming vegetarian again. I used to do it years ago. Maybe I'll start again and just see how it feels. If I was gonna do it, best time. Well, part of me thinks like, why not right now? The reason why not right now is because I've got all this meaty stuff on the shelves that quote unquote needs eating. But I could just not eat that. Or I could just give it away. I do have a sneaky feeling that it would make me feel better if I stuck to a vegetarian diet again. But I have no way of proving that. Maybe I'll do it. I don't know. I'll think about it. Anyway, I'm up now for good, properly. It's 20 past 11 in the AM. And I guess I better get properly dressed and start taking those clothes out to the clothing bank. I've still been having this numbness in my left hand. But yeah, so that's it for now, really. I'm trying not to say too much. I had a good dream just now that I saw a friend of mine, and I was just happy to see the guy because I don't see him much anymore. I used to see him every day. I quite often have dreams about him. He's always seemed like quite a important person to me. There's about 4 people that I know that at least at one point in life I would have considered close friends. All vegetarians. And it's them doing that makes me think, should I do that? Because I just let YouTube autoplay music last night, it means that I now have the top hits of the last 30 years just going around in my head. In fact, it probably goes back more than 30 years. There's definitely some stuff older than that. They played something by Madonna. They played something by Madonna that was where she looked real young. I don't know how old she was. I think it was hang on. I think it was Material Girl. I am living in a material world. I am a material girl. Yeah, it's that one. Right, I need some socks. Putting my socks on. I had a dream that there was like a thunderstorm with lightning going off. And the friend that I was dreaming about, he's a busker. And he plays like a flute type thing. And I was with him in this building, this desolate building. And he just sort of got into this building. And then he was just playing music in there. But he had a little cup next to him where he'd normally take money that people want to give him. And I said, you can't be making much money sitting in here. No one can even hear you in this building. And he said, yeah, I know. But I think he was in there because it was like warm and comfortable. Because it was like a storm outside. And I said to him, like, I've seen you playing in all kinds of storms. That doesn't usually stop you. And he was like something along the lines of, well, I guess it did this time. Alright, I've got got some socks. Here's another pile of stuff I've got to get rid of. I'm still just looking forward to getting out of here. Even though it's also unnerving and leaves me in some kind of turbulence. It's actually much more interesting than the life I currently lead, and I'm not interested in having an uninteresting life. This is on my hat, is Naruto. I've never actually watched Naruto, so I have no idea whether I condone of this cartoon. Probably should watch something before I just get a hat of it. I think what I'm going to like more than anything is condensing down all my belongings and then picking my small amount of clothes that I do have very consciously and just taking care of that small amount of clothes. And not collecting too much stuff. What I ended up doing was collecting a load of things. Oh, it's funny now because I was just that mate that I was dreaming about. I remember years ago, and he was telling me that they were trying to evict him, or they were saying to him that he had too much stuff, and then I think the council came and he said the council came and like forced him to clear some of it out, or a lot of it out. And he was always buying stuff from like charity shops and whatnot. Now I sort of understand it, how you end up just buying stuff, just thing after thing after thing after thing after thing. Because when you've got money, it's something to do. Well, since I got this camera, I realised there's something so much better to do with your time, and that's make a video. And I was talking to someone yesterday about how there's no real point collecting physical media anymore unless you want to. Unless you have a house that you live in and you've got loads of room and you put aside a place and you say, all my CDs are going to go here, all my records are going to go here. I think for me, pretty much all the music you could want is online. And if you've got Spotify, you've pretty much got access to all the music that there is. All the music you could ever want or need. And so, if you can replace your appetite for buying physical music media, then then instead of going out looking for music, just look for new music on Spotify. Maybe a bit of both is a good idea. But I think it's just this direction I'm headed in. I don't see myself buying music much now going forward. I might still buy books, but I think I might have a rule with books as well, which would be like, I only buy one book and I've got to finish that one before I get another one. And if I get another one, I have to get rid of the one that I've got. Because I've now got the daily video, it does sort of change things. Because I'll have a record of everything I've done. So if I want to see particular things, I can just go back to a particular video where I've got that thing in the video. And having this digital copy of the record of my life, I think means that I don't see myself needing quite as much actual stuff. Or I can, if I do get stuff, I'll just be doing it for the video. And then I can sort of shift that stuff and then get something else. I guess what I'm talking about there is clothes. Like, I could get a new outfit, wear it for a video, and then do something with that, and then just get another one or something. I don't know. I do have mixed feelings and thoughts about all of this, but because so much is changing in the way I'm thinking right now, I've still just got to run with whatever comes up into my mind and then work with that, work through that and process that information. That's what this camera's been really good for so far, helping me understand and process my own thoughts and feelings. I hope I don't regret selling my house, but if I do, at any point, I'm sure I'll also have lots of thoughts of how great it is as well. I guess I started thinking again about setting up a room for music production and then spending time creating music and then releasing that music through my YouTube and making videos for it. I was watching and listening to Lewis Cole last night, who I think is a great musical performer, but he got me thinking about what I could do for myself in terms of producing music. Again, I've not done it for years, but I could definitely try and do that. But really, I could do that anyway, wherever I end up, because as far as I know, the setup that you actually need to start making full tracks is quite minimal in terms of like it's just a mic that you need for doing your vocals, and then the rest of the track you produce using the computer. So that could be pretty straightforward. And I don't think I can really record too much in this house anyway in terms of music, because I just don't think, if I started making too much noise, I think it would become an issue. So I don't know. I don't think it would work out. I did start reading the book of the streets again, and that did start help me to develop a vision of seeing myself producing music again and giving it another go, but giving it more of a proper go, and then just releasing all those tracks through my YouTube channel. And I would really like to experiment with making music videos for my own music. I think that would be really interesting. So I think that'll be the direction that I see myself going in now. I'm definitely going to be moving out of this house, and I'm not sure where I'm going to end up, but I do think I'm going to be focusing on trying to produce music again, with that intention of releasing it on my YouTube channel and making music videos for it. So yeah, it all seems to come back to the YouTube video now, and it's got to be daily for me, because I got to have something that I'm thinking about and doing every single day that's consistent enough, but that I actually enjoy. This is like a job that I want to have. Whereas I've had loads of other different jobs, and not all of them were doing things that I wanted to or that I loved or anything like that. So I definitely don't see myself doing any kind of job like that, at least in the near future. When I say like that, I just mean, any old thing like working in a shop or a warehouse or a food place or a factory or whatever. I've done all those things, and I've never stopped thinking the same thought, which is like, I definitely wanted to be involved in digital media in some way. I've always wanted to be mostly making music. I had the go. I definitely wanted to do YouTube for the longest time, but never really had the guts to pull the trigger. And then there was some situational stuff that happened that inspired me to really take that on. And now here I am. I'm doing what I want to do, finally. And I've already said it a bunch, but it doesn't bother to me whether loads of people watch this or no one does. Because it's me just doing what I want. What I want to do. And that's what really matters to me. So, yeah, I'm developing an even clearer vision of the future. I think it's going to be even more and more interesting. I really have to get this laptop fixed up and then figure out what the best way is for me to start producing music. I'll probably have to talk to ChatGPT to get to the bottom of that. But I basically just have to find a good program that's quite intuitive and fun to play with, and then just start messing around on that and seeing if I end up coming up with something interesting. The other option I have is once I'm out of this house, I could, or I may, and definitely might is basically start doing like regular piano lessons and give it like a really good go for, I don't know, I'd say at least a year, and slash or guitar lessons. I might even try doing both a guitar lesson and a piano lesson, maybe like a few per week, something like that, and just go really all in. And then I could really focus on writing songs on the guitar again, which I started to do at one point with my limited guitar ability. But somehow along the way, I just ended up putting it down, and then I stopped really picking it up. So it's kind of raining and windy out there. I'm putting off taking those clothes out to the clothes bank. I will do it very soon. I just want to do a little bit more of the video first. So what I was talking about was basically trying to start learning piano and guitar, doing it properly and giving it at least a year of regular lessons. I would say at least once a week, and then working on whatever I'm given to practice in the time in between those lessons. But the goal of me doing that is to be able to write songs. So if you don't know anything about me, basically I started playing the drums at about aged 13 or so, and then I got lessons regularly, and then I steadily worked on doing my grades on the drums. So the grades are basically tests that you can do that are 1 through 8, and you nominate yourself to do it in order to get your grades on the drums, and that sort of proves your ability to play at a particular level. And there's different grades. One of them's called Guildhall and one of them's called Rock School. So I did the Rock School grades, and I did 1 through 8, which is all the grades that they do. And I finished the Rock School grade 8 before I finished high school. So I would have been under 16 when I got the grade 8 on drums. And then from that point, I went to college, which in the UK is like, it's where you go after you finish school, and it's from age 16 to 18, so it's 2 years, and you do some extra, you get some extra qualifications before you go to university, if you choose to go to university, which I did. So I went to college to do the A-levels, and the musical one that I studied there was music technology, which was learning how to produce music using a computer. And I never really felt like I really got it very well, because there was so much in these programs to learn, and it always seemed a bit overwhelming with how many options there were. But I gave it a good go, and I think I got an alright grade. So, but after that, I ended up going to university, and I knew that I wanted to go to London, to this place that my drum teacher had told me about, and he called it Drum Tech, which is what it used to be called. It used to be called Drum Tech. Then it turned into Tech Music School, and it went from just teaching drums to now teaching drums, guitar, bass, and vocals. And so I joined that school when I was 18, and I studied popular music performance on the drums. And I did that for 4 years, and ended up getting a degree in popular music performance. So my actual ability to play the drums is pretty good, and I've played in many bands. I'm not sure exactly how many. I'd guess something like close to 10 or something, I don't know. And performed live, a fair amount, and done rehearsals and all sorts of stuff, but all on the drums. And I'm just trying to give you an idea of my musical background. So I would say that I have very good rhythm and timing, and I think I'd now like to have a go at attempting to learn guitar in a much more thorough and detailed way from a very good teacher who's qualified to teach that, and who's passionate and enthusiastic and loves to play guitar. And then the same with piano. And I think this is because I'd really like to start being able to write full songs of my own. I have done that already with some songs that I've written on guitar, but I actually tend to forget them. Some of them I know and still remember how to play and everything, but if I start playing around with the idea of songwriting again, I think I'll now be doing it all on camera, which would really help, I think, the process. So by capturing the process on camera, I'll be able to go back to that and look at it in my daily YouTube video to see what it was that I was making. And then I should also start writing things down a lot more. And then that would also help the process, I think. So this is what I see myself doing now, is taking a couple of years to focus on piano and guitar in London, and that be my sole and primary focus. Obviously my sole and primary focus will be making YouTube videos, but in my videos I think there's going to be a lot more of me writing and producing music, and then hopefully I'll be able to release those music videos for the songs that I end up making on my channel. So that's the plan now, and I think that will keep me quite interested in life again, just like getting this camera has done. If I feel like I'm now collecting like a bank of songs that I'm really happy with, that would be quite awesome. And I think I came to understand this idea last night when I was watching all these music videos. Was I realized, like, I was thinking how to make a great YouTube video, and I realized all the best YouTube videos that have got the most views are music videos, and it's just a great song that someone's made playing over a great video that someone's made. So it's good to watch and it's good to listen to. And I think I'll just try to do exactly the same thing. One more thing that I may try to do is just to get some books on learning piano or learning guitar, and then just keep reading them. I mean books about actually the theory or the understanding of how to learn piano, how to learn guitar, or how to learn drums, or how to learn to sing, or how to do anything musical, basically. I think Mike Skinner, when I was reading his book, he recommended a good book to read about songwriting. So I think I'm going to be looking out for things like that to go through, where I can potentially find some inspiration. So that's all the future. But I am going to try to bring that into the present as quickly as I possibly can. And I do think I have the ability to do that. I'm taking a little bit of a risk, but I'm also investing in myself hugely. And now that I've finally cracked the code on how to do YouTube, and I'm just going to carry on doing that, I think I now just have to keep introducing the musical elements to keep it fun for me and for me to achieve my goals, which is just to make unique music that's my own, and when you hear it, that's what James Atkinson sounds like. I may come up with another name for what I would release the music under, but because I'm already, now showing my face on public domain and YouTube whilst I'm releasing my music, I'm not sure that it really matters all that much, but it might be cooler to do that. But I don't think, you can always take on a bit of a different identity for each album that you do, which should all have different names. Anyway, so this is what I'm going to be doing now, going forwards. But actually right now, I have to actually reconnect to the present moment, and I do have to put this camera down for a bit and actually get on with some of the tasks that I need to do. So I've got to cut, and I've got to go take care of business for a little bit. Just taking one bag of clothes out, put it in the clothes bank. Probably got another 4 or 5 to go. And the wind out there right now is incredible. The strength of it, it's unbelievable. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start looking online for guitar teachers or piano teachers, and I guess just get a bit of an idea of what's available. I'm not really going to be able to do anything about it at all until I've left my house here and gone back to where I want to be again. And then I should be able to just do that full time. Play piano, play guitar, work on writing songs, and do my YouTube video. And if I get bored of any of those, I'll do whatever I want to do. But it's hard to really get bored of doing the YouTube video, because no matter what I'm doing, I'm only doing what it is that I actually find interesting. and I'm only doing what it is I really want to at any given moment. So all I'm doing for the YouTube video is just recording that and then putting it on YouTube. So it's a bit of a no-brainer, really, to think like there's all this creative output that I'm capable of, and all it takes is to turn on the camera, press the record button, that's it. It's so easy. So this was one of the best purchases I've made in recent times. Is the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. It's a good camera. I might actually title today's video something like, "What camera do I use?" DJI Osmo Pocket 3. Then that'll be there for anyone to see who's wondering. So I'm going to do a few more of these bags. It's the exact same thing. I just have to fill up a bag, take it out, take it around the corner, shove it in the bank, come back, do it again. I'll probably have to do that another 3 or 4 times maybe. I'm not sure. I'm looking at the pile of clothes on the floor. It's good that I've managed to condense my clothes down. There's still way more that need to go, because I just simply do not wear them at all. And so I should either start wearing them or just donate them. I mean, I could do a video where like I try on every single item of clothing that I have, and then I just show it to the camera. I will do that at some point, but right now I'm still getting rid of stuff. So yeah, I'm trying not to think now that it's like it's one or the other, because there's definitely a time and a place to get rid of some stuff if you have to. I'm not trying to make use out of every single item of clothing that I have. And the reason is because I've got to be able to travel. I need to be able to go. So I need to be able to have as few items as possible. But I'm going to make sure that the few items that I do have, I treasure and take care of. And I'm only going to wear things that I really like now. I'm actually going to be experimenting way more with style when I'm back in London. I'm going to be dressing different. But definitely keeping it minimal. Not overdoing it with too much stuff. I got to think there's someone else who'll use this stuff, because I've not used it. And even if I did go through and try everything on for the video, when it comes to actually wearing the clothes, you know, IRL on a daily basis, when I'm not thinking about doing videos, then if I'm not wearing them, then why have I got them? So yeah, I got to go do one more bag. Gonna do that right now. I might give you a quick clip just to show you how windy it is. There's another bag full of clothes, ready to go. Let's take this guy out. Take him around the corner. And chuck it in the what? In the food bank. No, not the food bank. What am I talking about? The clothes bank. Yes. The clothes donation bank. Alright. Another bag done. That over there is what is left. And that's just of this pile. There's more here. And then there's way more, again, upstairs. Managed to sell one bed on Gumtree. We'll see what the estate agent says today about how much time I have. It's not even sold yet, so I don't really have to start thinking about going. I mean, it's not even... I've not even had viewings yet. So I'll think about time after I've actually done the viewing. It's in about 3 hours, or is it less than that? Oh no, it's in about 2 hours. A little over 2 hours. So I better ditch one more bag of clothes again. Okay, let's go. I just say, just looking, just thinking for I don't know how long. Probably a good 10 minutes. I don't want to do that again. It kind of has to be done sometimes to just tune out and have like a blank state of mind and just stare into space But it's not my favourite thing to do. I feel like I'm wasting my own time. But then really, what is a waste of time? I feel like there's an answer to that. I'm not sure what it is. Time spent properly is productive and enjoyable. Maybe that's the answer. But do I have a choice? I've got a text. Let's see who that is. Bridgeford's market appraisal reminder for 1500 today at, and then it's my address. I'm not going to say my address. I'll say my address once I've moved out. But between now and then, I have no idea who's going to watch this. So yeah, I am still on for 3 o'clock, which is in 2 hours. So I've got to take out this bag of clothes. Then there's a little bit more to do. It's on the floor. And then there's a lot more to do that's upstairs. And then there's a lot more to do that's downstairs. So what's going to be in my backpack when this is all over and done with is probably along the lines of 5 pairs of socks, 5 pairs of underwear, 5 t-shirts, 2 suits, I think that'll be it. And then it'll just be toothbrush, toothpaste, shampoo. So I think that's everything. Anything else I need, I'll get if and when I settle down. Not settle down, that's not the right word. Whatever. I'm not going to finish that. It doesn't matter. I don't need to plan every detail, nor should I. It's not good. I'm trying to just come up with something to talk about on the camera, and it's what I'm thinking about. Aha! I just figured something out about this camera. If I press this button, oh no, what the heck? It's not doing it now. Oh, it's got to be while I'm not recording, maybe. Or is that because I pressed something on there? Face auto detect. I think if I click somewhere on the screen, it'll focus on whatever's there. Oh yeah, it does. Oh, that's good. I didn't even know that. Nice. Okay, so I've got this bag here. I'm gonna go take it out, put it in the bank. Again, that's what you're getting today if you're watching my video. Aren't you lucky? Took that bag out, put it in the bank, and then I got a Zero Sugar Peach Rockstar from the shop, the Reading and Leeds edition. Rockstar Energy, baby. Check out this 20p. That is the dirtiest 20p I've ever seen. Oh, the camera's not focusing. Oh, well, I've not really got. It's not very light in here. Hang on. Let's try this. Yeah, look at that. So flippin' dirty. I've never seen a coin that dirty. So what I've got to do now is go through more clothes again. Let's go and see what I've got to do upstairs. This is the room. It's just a few bits and pieces laying around. That'll all be taken care of with a bin bag. This fridge has got to go. It's got all sorts of stuff on there. Then these are the clothes. So I'm going to filter through those and then take out the ones that are going. Better get on with it. Alright. There is another pile of clothes that is going to go in the clothes bank. This is making for a repetitive video. There should be less repetitive stuff coming up. I'm just documenting what I'm doing, even if it's not very interesting to me. It might be interesting to someone at some point. And I shouldn't ever underestimate the variety of the kinds of content that people actually like to watch. Lots of people actually really like the slower pace and more methodical content that might seem repetitive. I know I like that sometimes. Sometimes, if I find the right person who's putting out content that I like, it could be really anything. I think it's those who are unashamedly just sharing their life in an unadulterated kind of way. Those are the ones that I like. The people who are just keeping it real. I think why I become doubtful of my own self in this video making process is because of the popularized version of content that appears frequently, where people are doing whatever they can to attempt to glamorize their lives. And I think we all have some glamorous moments. We all have some great moments. But we all have a whole bunch of highs and lows. And I'm not just going to share the highs. I'm going to share the lows. And a fast pace or a slow pace isn't a high, nor is it a low. And it's also contextual and dependent upon personal interpretation. What seems slow to one person could seem fast to another. What seems fast to one person could seem slow to another. So, the idea of fast and slow as being something that people would agree upon is just not correct. They don't really exist because they're not connected to anything that is finite. It's human ideas. It's individual perspective that has created the concept of what is fast and what is slow based on how that feels in relation to that person's thoughts and feelings. So they're not real, they're just words. We use them because we do have personal perspectives. But labels like that are just not really important. And the idea that you can measure time and that's the way it is, that's something that I fundamentally disagree with. It works like that on a practical level because of the way that the Earth is and the moon and the sun and everything. That makes time appear to be what it is. But is time actually what it appears to be? It can be, but it's not as straightforward as that. There's a lot more to understand about everything, especially about the fundamentals, like the fundamentals of life that we think we understand. Exist for a reason and are all very well and good. But there's much more detail to be discovered by not limiting your concepts to just the basic concepts that you're provided with. And I think that's just down to personal experience. Some people question things like that, and some people don't. I've always been questioning the fundamentals of so-called reality. And I think that's how I got interested in people who are doing similar things. And I think it's great to do that, to keep pushing the boundaries on basic so-called facts that are often found out to be fiction, or more likely just concepts, just ideas. If you say this is just an idea, like time exists, that's an idea that we have. If we were being totally honest, we'd say we're not sure if that's true. They've explained already how time bends, time stretches, the experience of time changes depending on where you go. Time is not a solid construct. Time itself could change over time. As more time passes, the understanding of what time itself is could itself change. And it most definitely will. Absolutely 100%. If there's a future ahead of us, that's what it's going to be. It's going to involve everyone questioning more their basic understanding of so-called reality and realizing it's not quite as real as the word reality would imply it to be. Cue, cue the music video for Illusion by Dua Lipa. It's an illusion. Everything. That is a great music video. I think that's one of the best ones she's done. She's got some awesome music videos. I watched quite a few of them last night. The ones that really stand out as being awesome is IDGAF. That is such a good video. So well made. Really well made. And then Illusion has got a great video. I'm not sure which others stand out. I think those are the two that stand out to me the most as being probably her best videos. But I did watch a whole lot of music videos last night, and there was a few that really stood out. Another one that stood out again is Daft Punk, Around the World. That music video is quality. That one's really good. I like that one a lot. Yeah, that was a good time last night. I really got sucked in to just seemingly endless music videos. I spent a good just 4 hours just sat there, just properly enjoying it. The power of music is so great. It has a real restorative effect on me personally. And the music video is such a great format. I'd actually really like to start, not start actually, because I've made some music videos before. I'd like to continue doing some music videos and doing much more and seeing really how far I can take this experiment with the camera. I'm not planning to get another camera at this point. I'm just going to stick with this one and see how far I can go. I imagine that I'm probably going to consider it at some point in the future, getting another camera if I start doing more projects involving video. But right now I'm just quite happy doing my daily vlog, and that's not too difficult. Just needs one cam. That's it. Anyway, this has been a 15-minute talk. I've got to fill up another bag and then take it out and shove it in the clothes bank again. So I think this is round 3, maybe more than that. Might be round 4. Might be round 4 of the clothes bank. I'm not sure. Okay, gotta go. Damn. I just sat here for like another 10 to 20 minutes just like looking around the room and just thinking. It's amazing that I'm doing that. Feels like I've not really done that for ages. Just quietly sit and just think. And it's not a bad thing, is it? As a much younger person, I was always thinking, and I was always given time to think, and I was always, throughout all of like school and everything, told that thinking is good. It's good to have a think. You're processing your thoughts. And then when I got to about age 18, I went to work in a crystal shop in Ealing in West London. And the woman who ran that shop, she just constantly used to go on about how thinking is so bad and you shouldn't think, and it's a terrible thing to think, and that when you're thinking, that's your ego and stuff like that. And she really warped my own view of myself, and she made me feel like I was like a bad person just for having thoughts. And although she did some good for me in my life, in some ways, in other ways, I would say she really caused me a lot of damage personally, mentally, based on her way of thinking, which is just such an ironic thing to say, because basically she thought that thinking was bad. She thinks that thinking is bad. That's a thought. So how can you think that thinking is not good? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, she was not a very nice person in many ways, and I really started to severely struggle with my mental health after meeting her, and I really see that as a landmark time of when that started. I would say that she caused a lot of my mental health issues that I ended up having. Through her behaviour and through her attitude and things. I mean, I did think about this. It had been the case that I was a young person and I'd grown up, and then I started working in this crystal shop when I was about 19. And I think she was very much trying to be like, I'm going to treat you like an adult or something because now you're an adult. And to her, that just meant being really mean and horrible and short-tempered and just unpleasant. And the worst thing, the worst part was that I just went along with it, and at the time I saw her as someone like I looked up to in a way, and I think I realise now I shouldn't have. I should have just carried on with what I was doing and listening to the people who I was around that would probably tell me, they'd probably talk me out of doing a lot of things, and they'd probably have talked some sense into me. And I wish I'd listened, but because of my age, because of my age and my naivety, I was just too corruptible, and I lost a lot of what actually made me a person that I liked. Whilst I was working in that place, because of what I was putting up with on a daily basis. Now, there's no change in what's happened, so there's no point really thinking about it in terms of regret. But it's just it's unbelievable to me that I managed to veer so far off course from where my trajectory was set for me to go in my life, and I'm only just now coming back to getting back on track from where I went off the rails like a long time ago. I have to repeat that I do think it must have been inevitable because that's what happened. But if I could go back and change circumstances, I so definitely would. And I wouldn't have done what I did, which was like, at some point, I sort of like just gave up on thinking like doing music is worth it. And it most definitely is now. I wasn't letting the right influences guide me, and that was a life lesson. But I got through it, and I'm still here. So it's not the end of the world. It's not such a big deal. But right now, here at 32, I'd love to be 22 again and get to do it all again. I really would. And I know that's not going to happen. But it's still a wish that is there. It does exist. And I've only just started thinking about all of this stuff again, because now the idea is coming up strongly to go back to where I came from and go back to what I was doing 10 years ago and make it all great again. Um, Change it up, repair what needs to be repaired, fix everything that can be fixed, but totally wipe the slate clean and start again. And go back to basics. Find my roots, where it all started, and reconnect to that joy of living that I once had, that somehow disappeared. I mean, it pains me to even say that. But I can't lie, like the struggle became so real. And I've only just regained my positivity in a proper way. And like now my mental health is better than ever. And I would give all the praise for that to reading books and talking to people that care and listen, and having a focus by doing my daily video, and so many different things. But I think first and foremost, having good mates has sort of resurrected my self-image to where now I actually look at myself again with love, which that 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 just wasn't the way it was before. I couldn't even look at myself. I didn't want to. I wasn't even on my own team. I mean, it's so important now to me to be like on my own side no matter what. And just making me a priority. That's something I would never even have considered to do. And that's what ended up putting me in so many situations that I didn't want to be a part of. Was I kept saying yes at the expense of myself over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, until the self that was me, that I loved, was gone. It was completely gone. And then there was no me. And then I had to figure out, who am I now? Now that I've lost what really felt like myself for so long, the person that people knew and liked and loved, the little kid that my parents, spent their whole lives with, I just couldn't find that person anymore. And I really wanted to go back to the way it was. But it became impossible. So now, where I am in my life is, it's taken a lot of going backwards to kind of go forwards. And when I say going backwards, I mean exactly what I was talking about, of simplifying everything down again, making everything so simple, becoming, it's like Jesus said, only those who are childlike, only those who are childlike will enter the kingdom of heaven. He doesn't mean silly and immature. He means the way you are when you're a kid, where you don't think towards anything too much. You don't look forward towards all that much. You're just there. You're just living. And you're just taking everything one step at a time. You have no ability to do anything else. It's only as you get older and older and your brain develops, you start to have more capacity to see complexity. But I think it's that. It's like going back to who you used to be is how to find the life you want to live again. And if that is that, to me, that's what that means. That is heaven. Heaven is to live life exactly the way that you want to live, and to feel free, and to feel good about yourself, to be someone that you like. Like, it's all well and good knowing people that you like who are not you, but you know you more than anyone, and you really have to ask yourself, do I actually like who I am? I want to be able to say yes to that question. I want to be, I want to feel good about who I am. Because I've spent long enough doing the opposite. So I'm kind of done with that now. So now I'm putting me, myself, and I as a priority, as number one. So that's it. James Atkinson is, to me, number one. And I'm gonna keep that attitude now for as long as I live. I'm always gonna care about myself. Everything I'm saying, it might sound like just total. It might sound just like oh, what do you mean? Like, of course, we all love ourselves. We have to, or whatever. But for me, that's been a huge lesson to actually get to that point. And I had to go through so many ups and downs to realize that, like, none of that is me. You know, I am the constant that remains through all of that. And then finding that out meant realizing that I'm okay. I'm all right. Whatever I am, whoever I am, I'm good. I'm great. I have to be, because I'm present through everything that happens to me in my life. So I, who am always there, have to be good. Anyway, I really don't remember how I started this whole conversation. I did not realize I've been talking for 19 minutes again. But I better put this camera on charge for a bit. I've got about 40 minutes before the estate agent shows up. And I have to take out another bag of clothes. So I'm going to get on with that. And then I'll come back and I'll probably talk some more. Alrighty then. I got about half an hour before the estate agent shows up to have a look at the property. Can you believe it? It's true. So I'm going to read a bit more of my book, The Story of the Streets, Mike Skinner. We're on page 225. So we got about just over 100 pages to go. So, here we go. Chapter 16. I was never anything more than an outpatient. When it comes to ways of coping with depression, I'm not really British and I'm not really American. I don't think you should just go to the pub and get on with it, which is kind of the classic British approach. But neither do I think that constantly talking about your problems on TV while taking anxious sips from a glass of water is the right way to go. File my strategy somewhere in the middle ground between Oprah Winfrey and Alf Garnett. Even at my worst, I was never anything more than an outpatient. And that wasn't in rehab. It was with a really good psychiatrist called Mike McPhillips. He's got a practice in Chelsea where he diagnoses and prescribes treatments. And he's had a lot of experience with celebrity types' unique potential for self-destruction. Once you find out that the person you're talking to has treated Amy Winehouse, you feel quite relaxed about the fact that nothing you're going to come up with is likely to shock him. There are certain quirks that tend to go with being someone in the public eye. There should probably be a Greek name for the condition of chronic anxiety caused by everyone knowing who you are. But Peter Andre phobia doesn't have quite the ring to it. The way mine first manifested itself was quite simply that I couldn't do anything. I was living in a really tiny flat at the time, and I just got kind of stuck in this one room. When I first started going out with Claire, who's my wife now, as the gypsy Papa Lazarou from the League of Gentlemen would say, I had not been back from America for long, so I was basically living at home in Barnet. She needed somewhere to stay at the time, so she rented this small place in Notting Hill, which left us with a choice of either moving in there or being at my mum's. We went for the grown-up option, which meant starting our life together in this tiny, tiny flat above a reggae club that Damon Albarn used to drink in. The place was fine when we went to see it, but very noisy at night. We'd be watching telly, thinking, who's making all that racket outside? Then we'd look out of the window, and it always seemed to be Damon Albarn. He really likes to let people know he's there when he's out and about of an evening. The other big local landmark was the laundrette over the road, which people always said was the one in the film My Beautiful Laundrette, although I subsequently found out that is actually in Wandsworth. Claire was still working at Warner's at the time, so she would go out at 8 in the morning and I would be left alone in this flat. I might go out and get a coffee, but essentially I would just sit there on my laptop all day. At that time I was doing loads of stuff for the Beats, mixing the first Example album, the Mitchell Brothers' second, and some Professor Green stuff, as well as being in the middle of promoting my third album and starting work on my fourth. It was a stage in my life when going outside had become a bit of a hassle. Not at a Justin Bieber level, but just to a point where you know that if you do leave the house, you're almost certainly going to have a conversation with someone you don't know. It's not that the idea of speaking to people is especially horrible. It's just that it increases the temptation not to go out. And if you give in to that temptation too many days in a row, you end up going a bit mad. What basically happened was I lost the ability to sleep. I'd be really tired and I'd fall asleep easily, but then within about 20 minutes my body would wake me up. It got worse and worse over quite a short period of time, to a point where I was actually going crazy. It felt physical rather than mental, though. I never felt sorry for myself or overwhelmed by the desire to become a psychiatric patient. There was just this strange thing going on that meant my body wasn't letting me sleep. Anyone who's listened to The Hardest Way to Make an Easy Living would be forgiven for assuming this situation was drink or drug related. And in a way, it was, but perhaps not in the way you'd think. At this point in my life, as I'll explain in a couple of pages' time, the problem wasn't an excess of drink and drugs, it was the lack of them. By the time my third album had come out, all of the really bonkers drug stuff, the crazy partying nights when I'd be up for so long that when I closed my eyes I would see a swarm of bees, was pretty much behind me. Those waking dreams never really bothered me, because I knew where they came from. They were simply the result of being up for 3 days and doing 20 ecstasy or a hell of a lot of coke. As you get older, it does generally default to being coke, because people, at least people in the circles I moved in, feel like that's a bit cooler. I don't know why. I think maybe it's just a suburban thing, because I've had much better nights on pills. I certainly didn't go to many showbiz parties apart from my own, though admittedly those were pretty good, and there was touring as well. I remember one time in Manchester we were just up for days and met all sorts of characters who came in and then went out. I had this massive apartment with a big kitchen, and whenever I finished a drink, I would just throw the glass against the cupboards in the corner of the room. It was childish, the sort of thing you've always dreamed of doing, at least I have, and I did do it. People thought it was hilarious. Well, I don't think the cleaner thought it was hilarious, but everyone else did. After the third album, there were a lot of questions I needed to ask myself, and also a number of fairly hideous come-down experiences to be gone through. But when that happens, you always know what the cause of it is, so you just go to bed until it stops. You feel pretty bad, but when that swarm of bees is surrounding you in a borderline sleep hallucination, and I'm not using that example randomly, it was quite a common occurrence. At least you know it's your own fault. Once I was relatively sober, but just not able to get myself to sleep. The situation was much harder to cope with, because it no longer had an obvious cause. I'm really grateful that my management made me seek help so quickly at that point. Tim was very straightforward about it. He just told me it was something I needed to do. That's what good managers do. They make you go to rehab, even if you say no, no, no. Mike McPhillips spelled the whole thing out for me very clearly. He just said, "You have chronic anxiety. It's so bad that we're going to have to knock you out." He told me that Valium wouldn't work because it wasn't strong enough, so they put me on antidepressants. I never thought it would come to that. I'd always felt that if it did, that would basically be the end of my life, because taking them would make it impossible for me to make music. But they weren't being used as antidepressants, they were being used as sleeping tablets. Now, I've never seen that written down. I realised it would be quite a clever thing to say to make someone who is reluctant to take them feel better about doing so. But it definitely wasn't a full course, and certain antidepressants do apparently just help you to sleep if you only take them for a fortnight. They worked too. I was out like a light straight away, and they took me off them after 2 weeks before the broader range of antidepressant characteristics could kick in. That was a weird time though. It was chronic in both the traditional English senses, though not the one Snoop would use. But at least I wasn't getting the EBs anymore. Instead, I remember spending my time watching loads of documentaries about bands to try and relax, while reminding myself of what was important. I'd been training for the New York Marathon as well, and that hadn't exactly been helping. P. Diddy had been advising me, and he went on to complete the course in something like 4 hours and 19 minutes, which is a pretty serious time for someone who it turned out hadn't done it before. So you can see how competitive he was and is. Despite all the time I'd spent talking a big game with all the guns in P. Diddy's studio, I had to back out of the race because the being asleep for 2 weeks thing and the running a marathon thing didn't really mesh together too well. On my blog, I said I'd injured my leg. I can't guarantee that this is the only time I have knowingly told a lie via an online portal. It's not a medium of communication in which untruths are generally acceptable. But I can't run the New York Marathon because I'm having a bit of a nervous breakdown would definitely constitute oversharing as far as I'm concerned, though Kanye would probably think nothing of it. At that point, once the antidepressant sleeping draft had done its job and the immediate threat of having to cross the Atlantic in order to run 26 miles had receded, the moment had come, on Mike McPhillips' advice, to go and see a cognitive behavior therapist. Those are the ones you break down in tears in front of about your deceased father and go into all these strange, they're not even Freudian, by the way, byways. It's more like a kind of Buddhism. Not technically, there's no sitting under trees or reincarnation involved, but it does feel like Buddhism because the essence of cognitive behavior therapy is stopping yourself from trying to control stuff. CBT had helped my dad an incredible amount when he was a bit all over the place. He'd got the counselling on the NHS and it really worked for him. So a few years later, when the shit was hitting the fan for me, I was more than happy to give it a try. It's not silly, it's very effective, and the numbers speak for themselves in terms of success rate. The cause of the incredible stress I'd put myself under was basically just working too much and following the same downward path on a daily basis. Essentially what CBT comes down to is that you need to get rid of the shoulds in your internal monologue. It's pretty basic stuff really, but the framework is an amazing principle which just gently reprograms your mental cycles into accepting that you can't change the world and that the only thing you need to be able to control is your reactions to situations you're familiar with. Once you've got that sorted, you're able to take everything down about 30% to a level which is survivable on a day-to-day basis. This was the first time in my life I realised that it wasn't possible for me to be working every minute of the day. What had happened when I was living in Stockwell was I'd felt like every minute of the day was work, but what was actually going on was I was working really hard till about Thursday, then someone would call me and say, "Let's go out and get fucked up." I never went to West End clubs. We'd more likely go to a pub in Streatham or Croydon and get absolutely slaughtered, then on to the garage night at Pal's and get some pills. I'd lie in bed all the next day because I couldn't function. Get back to making Dry Your Eyes on Saturday morning, do that for a while. Then on Saturday afternoon, go to the Dog Star in Brixton or some pub in town. Next thing I knew, it would be Sunday morning and I'd go off and have a full English somewhere before going back to work on Monday. What I was doing wasn't helping my liver, but psychologically I was quite balanced. I was working hard, but I also had this social life that was just brimming over. By the time I was training for the New York Marathon and living in Notting Hill, the really nutty stuff was in the past. There were still big nights out, but it had slowed down a lot, and for weeks on end I was just sitting at my computer screen while Claire went to work. That's why I still insist that my psychic deterioration was down to a lack of drink and drugs as much as anything else. As bad as those things might be for your long-term health, there's still downtime, which someone who gets as caught up in his own head when he's working as I do desperately needs. Once you settle down a bit, you have to replace the time spent chasing girls or getting drunk in bars with something else, and I neglected to do that. I used to worry about the possibility that I might be an alcoholic, and you could probably make a case for my overall intake having been in line with that concern. But it was never a question of getting up in the morning and needing to start the day with a drink. There were always interludes, periods of frantic activity, and then spells of relative abstinence. It was the same with girls before I met Claire. And besides, someone can be just as emotionally dependent on having a couple of pints of Guinness once a week as on 48 Bacardi Breezes. I'm not going to extend this beverage-based metaphor into the carnal realm for fear of where it might lead us. I think I got out of the quasi-alcoholic routine at just the right time. My drinking was probably at its peak at around 27, the age at which Kurt Cobain and pretty much all the other famous dead rock stars, including Amy Winehouse, met their ends. Because I remember thinking, oh, so this is how that happens. I never actually thought I was going to die, but anyone can, can't they? And if I was going to, that would have definitely been the time. It's rarely a genuine surprise when someone in the music industry dies, but there's a kind of political correctness that dictates how everyone is supposed to respond. PC definitely rules the meme, which is why everyone who dies becomes a genius, and you can't say anything bad about them because it's also tragic. It might be better if people were allowed to be a bit more honest at that point, though, because people who have either effectively or actually killed themselves don't really make very good role models. For those of us who are lucky enough to make it into our 29th year, I do think there's definitely a transition that we go through. Maybe it's because subconsciously you know your 30s are coming, and you've also had a lot of practice at being in your 20s. But this is the time when a lot of people go, wow, this is getting a bit ridiculous, and start to tone down the partying a bit. I think when you tour a lot, or you have toured throughout your 20s, you don't need to go out at the weekend to try and get into trouble. Trouble is what you spend most of your time trying to stay out of. You've got a deficit of normality to make up rather than a deficit of craziness. This mathematical undercurrent also feeds into one of the great masculine rites of passage. What I mean to say by that is there's definitely a direct proportional link between the extent to which you think your freedom is going to be restricted by married life and how mad your stag do is. Oh no, shit. Spilled a bit of my drink. I was supposed to definitely not put drinks on that table. Mine was lovely, but quite boring, which was a balance I was very happy with. It wasn't a quiet game of dominoes at my local, but neither was it waking up naked chained to the Iranian ambassador on one side and Gail Porter on the other. 6 or 7 of us went to Chiquito in Leicester Square for burritos, then on to the nearby casino to play roulette, and afterwards to Mahiki, not somewhere I would probably hang out on a regular basis, where we shared one of those treasure chests which are supposedly quite legendary for Prince William ordering them. They're basically big wooden chests full of a not very strong cocktail with about 20 straws coming out. The only treasure involved is the profit margin of the proprietor. And we were all safely home in bed by about 4 in the morning. For me, the thing that really put the brakes on was having children, but that didn't happen till a few years later. I'd already slowed down a lot by then. Having a family was the first time what you might call an element of responsibility came into the equation. Even that wasn't so much of a reflex as something I taught myself. Whenever I start to get a bit stressed these days, I think, you've got kids now, so you have to be responsible. But at the time I was starting work on my 4th album, I didn't yet have that safety net. If I was addicted to anything, it was work, and I threw myself into the early stages of that record with such abandon that I ended up doing little else but stare at a laptop for 20 hours a day. I don't know how Claire put up with it. If Mike McPhillips and CBT, which would be a pretty good name for a jazz funk band, hadn't intervened, I think living with me would have become impossible. I'd always convinced myself that work was the only thing that was really important, and if I could do nothing else but that, I'd be alright. Even during the first phase of the Mike McPhillips period, all I was thinking was, I'm going to get better and then I'm going to go back to work. There were about 3 weeks when I didn't do anything at all, which was pretty unheard of for me, and in the months to come, there was a gradual process of me realising that I had to do other stuff apart from make music. Magic was a big help with that, by which I mean not the dark arts of sorcery, but the no less enchanted presence of my engineer of that name. Magic was his official dance floor garage name, but now everyone calls him Madge, which is obviously not very nice, because it makes him sound like an old woman. He would probably prefer to be called Mike, which is his name, but unfortunately for him it's mine too, and I was here first, so in the studio he'll always be Madge. But he's going to be Magic in the rest of this book, as a mark of respect. Magic is the only person I could be on a desert island with for any stretch of time without resorting to a bludgeon. He has an undimmed love for wine and UK garage, as well as a passing interest in microphones. His opinions and instincts cannot be influenced by mere money or hubris, but at the same time, he never forces them on people unless he has misjudged his dosage of Torbus Merlot. Okay, I'll have to stop there because it's 3 o'clock, so the estate agent is going to be here. Alright, I'm going to continue reading a bit more. He first came along when I was making the third album, so he's worked with me on both sides of the CBT divide. But once I realised that division of labour had become essential to my continued survival, he completely changed my life by enabling me to have a bit of what other people have in the way of help. When you've got your own studio, as it gets bigger and bigger, there's more and more stuff that needs maintaining, and keeping everything going becomes a fairly constant process. So you spend an awful lot of time in the studio just fiddling around and trying to make things work. And at that point, some kind of delegation becomes essential, or you really will go completely nuts. I've taken myself to the limits of stress a few times and just had to drop everything. But I've always been lucky enough to come out the other side in one piece. And when that happens, you're always especially grateful to the people who stuck around to help you pick your life back up again. 17. Tim ideally wants to be managing Bruce Springsteen or the Beatles. While I'm showing a bit of appreciation, this is probably a good moment to say something nice about my manager. Tim Vigon, like me, is not a true Londoner. But unlike me, he's not very interested in anything that isn't songs. He's really into Bruce Springsteen, and the first thing he did in the music industry was a Stone Roses fanzine. That's where his love of music started. So everything he's done since then, he's always tried to present it in a Stone Roses kind of way. Given that pretty much everything I've ever done, I've wanted to present in a Daft Punk kind of way, there's obviously been a certain amount of creative tension between us over the years. But that constant push and pull has always been a good thing. The fact that all Tim's bands have such a secure financial position in this flaky coconut shy of a music industry cannot be directly ascribed to either his father's Jewish blood or his mother being a Baptist. But in the same way that sociopaths have to learn to imitate a sense of sane non-violence from normal, well-adjusted citizens, I've watched in wonder over the years at the incredible extent of his irrational loyalty towards lunatics like me and Rob Harvey. This loyalty also extends to wasting his time supporting an intangible concept of togetherness through a randomly changing body of humanity and international finance like Manchester United. So perhaps I'm not the mad one after all. Tim ideally wants to be managing Bruce Springsteen or the Beatles, but he still sticks with me however far from that template I may venture. I'm sure part of him looks at the guy who manages the Red Hot Chili Peppers and Metallica and thinks, why can't that be me? But the fact that he's no more likely to achieve that goal than I am, to be made an honorary member of the Wu-Tang Clan, is our strength, not our weakness. When you have ideals in life, the extent to which you fail to measure up to them is every bit as endearing and valuable as any success you might have. If the Rolling Stones had been better at doing what they really wanted to do, which was sound like Muddy Waters, things probably wouldn't have worked out so well for them. By this I mean Vigon is amazing. I couldn't have done it without him. It's not like the rock side of things is completely foreign to me. The late 80s, when I was growing up in the West Midlands, was the heyday of Grebo. And I wasn't on some big campaign to define myself against that. When you're at junior school, I don't think you really define yourself at all. At least I didn't, except maybe by trying to copy what my older brother was doing. Once I got to senior school, Grebo had kind of fed into grunge, and it was all about Nirvana at that point. My friends who were into Mobb Deep went to another school, so there was definitely a period of time when I lived a bit of a double life as a part-time rocker. The first proper gig I ever went to was Radiohead. We were in our early teens, and there was a kid I used to eat hot dogs with in the school canteen who had this plan for how we could radically improve our lives by undertaking a daring mission to the smaller of Wolverhampton's two main music venues. Not the Civic, the other one. He made a convincing case. Fuck all these boring parties in people's houses where nothing ever happens, he argued. Come to the Wolf Run Hall with me and we can get pissed. Because you only have to get in and then you can get people to buy you cider. I asked him what kind of cider he drank and he was like, Strongbow. He said it very emphatically, and I remember sitting in the canteen and thinking, I also want to drink Strongbow at this mystical place, the Wolf Run Hall. We looked up what the next gig there was, and it was some band called Radiohead, whoever they were. So we thought, we'll have that. Standing in the queue outside, we were all singing, Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Probably quite drunk already from the off license. Once we were inside, I remember us basically heckling throughout the performance. This wasn't as sacrilegious as it might sound to some people, as Radiohead was still in their corporate grunge wannabe phase. They hadn't discovered free jazz yet. The You're So Fucking Special song was quite cool though, because it had fuck in it. There was definitely a common theme to the lyrics which struck a chord with me at that stage in my intellectual development. And my mate had surmised correctly RE the laxness of the bar service policy. We were able to drink fairly unlimited quantities of Strongbow, so much in fact that he puked up in the cloakroom, always the hallmark of a magical night out at that age. Looking back, this was my first proper experience of going out and paying money to see people make music. and I don't bear Tom York any ill will as a consequence of it. At the time, I would probably rather have gone to see Snoop Doggy Dogg, as he was still known at that point, or some proto backpacky thing like The Far Side. But for a timid 14-year-old like me, drinking Strongbow at the Wolf Run Hall with a load of Grebos, or should it be Grebos? You say potatoes, I say the wonder stuff, felt like a much safer option. The funny thing about having now met people like P. Diddy and Jay-Z is the extent to which your illusions are shattered. When I was a kid, I used to genuinely think that the world of hip hop was as violent as people made out. And even though obviously there is some genuinely nutty shit that rappers have actually done, as a general rule, a lot of it is no more than window dressing for the musical goods on offer. Realizing that all rappers are entertainers was a gradual process for me. Obviously, there are real gangsters out there too, and every now and then seriously connected characters do get involved in the music industry. But I'm not going to name names because I don't want Krista Burr coming after me, or Mick Hucknall, come to that. Grime, on the other hand, was probably even more violent than it was given credit for, and the reason for that was the relatively extreme youth of the people involved. When you're growing up in the inner city, or even in the suburbs, the time when you're most in danger of being physically attacked or even killed is probably in your mid to late teens, if only because the guys in their 20s and 30s who are running things tend to get the younger ones to do their dirty work for them. Most of the American rappers who get really big tend to be older, whereas people like Dizzy and Kano were in their mid-teens when they first came through. They're only in their mid-20s now. 15, 16 and 17 are the ages where teenage boys are at their maddest, and grime video shoots back in the day were really something. All sorts of scary shit went on. As a general rule, meeting Jay-Z at a party at the Light Bar in Covent Garden is probably going to be a lot less dangerous than, say, getting a KFC in Harlesden. Although there are occasional exceptions to this rule. There was one time when I went to see Nas perform at the Brixton Academy, and a gun went off in the crowd. A fair amount of chaos ensued, but I had an access all areas pass I'd got off the promoter, so I ended up backstage. Nas, who's one of the wordsmiths I've most wanted to emulate over the years, was walking towards me down the corridor, and all I could think of to say to him was, "It's alright, they were blanks." People do use real bullets sometimes in Britain, but happily not on that occasion. Oh. Sometime in the early 90s, my brother suddenly got really into Jimi Hendrix. I don't know why, maybe it was the break beats, but I remember thinking This is a bit different, and I started to like it as well. I was into my own teens at this point, and so more able than I had been to make my own decisions about music. I was definitely into Led Zeppelin for a short period around the same time. The Beastie Boys had probably taken me there, but then Guns N' Roses' Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 came out, and we didn't need everyone else's Led Zepp anymore because we had our own now. Those albums were massive at my school, and one of my mates was quite obsessed with them. He was a bit mad actually, and busy getting into acid as well as drinking, which is quite advanced for your early teens. I liked the Dinosaur Jr. record with the painting of the face on the cover as well, but the rock band who spoke to me most directly, probably because there was a little bit of hip hop in what they did, were Rage Against the Machine. They were really important to me, not just for giving me a suitably rebellious slogan to chant outside Radiohead gigs, but for the way their music sounded. It was constantly on heavy rotation in my bedroom, and when the moment came for me to start my first band, it was obvious what the template was going to be. We'd got the loft extension done by that time, and my brother was playing his drums in there all the time. Meanwhile, I'd bought a blue Fender Squier out of Dalton's Weekly. When anyone gets their first guitar, I think they always begin by doing the same things: G, D, C, G, D, A, minor. I can't speak for Jimi Hendrix or Jimmy Page, but I think pretty much everyone else gets started that way. If you heard the first songs I wrote on the guitar, and no one ever will, they'd be the same as any other indie kids. At that age, songwriting is a kind of pastiche of all the things you've listened to up to that point. Basically, a low-tech version of sampling. Pretty soon after I'd mastered my first chord progression, we formed a band. My brother played drums, I played guitar and added a bit of shouty stuff, and my friend Chris from round the corner did the rapping. We also got this bass player from a bit of paper on the wall in a record shop. He was probably in his late 30s and I was 14, so we had all the major demographics covered. The band was called Harry and the Krishnas. I know what you're thinking, great name, shame they never made it. And we played Rage Against the Machine's Bullet in the Head really badly. Even though we only ever rehearsed, we never actually played a gig, and probably only did that for a month or so in total. When I look back on it, this band is a very big thing in my head. I was trying to be Tom Morello, who pushed me out of the way at Rock AM Ring in 2010, or at least his security did. I couldn't really hold it against him. I was standing outside my dressing room at the time, and they were trying to get to the stage. Finally getting to see that band all those years later, you'd think they'd have been a disappointment, but they completely blew me away. I wish I'd been able to see them years before, but sadly they never made it to the Wolf Run Hall. One of the reasons I really liked Tom Morello's playing was because of the way he'd turn his guitar on and off with a switch during a solo. Over the course of the long history of rock music, People have not done that nearly as often as they should have, in my opinion. Once you're switching stuff on and off in the middle, you're basically crossing the divide between pop and electronics. And when Tom, I feel like we should be on first term name terms, now his security have pushed me out of the way, went for a solo at Rock AM Ring, I still didn't know how he was making the noise. He'd be hammering stuff high up on the frets with some weird pedal. That was exactly what I wanted to do when I was 14. My ambition at that tender age was to take my guitar apart and put it back together so it would sound like no one had ever made a guitar sound before. And Tom Morello was still doing it almost 20 years later. I did manage to make my own wah wah pedal at one point. Unfortunately, it sounded crap. I think you could definitely say I was looking at the instrument from a hip hop perspective. And my Guitar Hero's playing technique was definitely informed by sampling, as well as completely insane jazz levels of practice, albeit in a far more satisfactory way than my rudimentary teenage songwriting was. When I look back at the music I loved when I was a kid, and my tastes probably haven't changed too much since, to be honest, the underlying theme seems to be a measure of extremity. I liked speed garage because of the speed part, and in general, I liked dark music, minor chords, and harsh beats. With the music, I really didn't like. The common denominator was that it was quite girly. Not in the sense of having been made by women, rather in terms of not having an edge. Anything too singer-songwritery would be a good example, and I'm not really into pop either. I never have been. If it's a choice between the person who is pure pop or the one who used to be cool and then sold out, I'd always go for the latter, because there's more chance of them having a flashback and doing something interesting by mistake. What else do I consider to be too girly? Well, not R&B for a start. I love R&B, even slow jams. Sometimes I'd even say especially the slow jams. They're really melodic, but there's something quite hard about them. And when you hang out with Jamaicans, they're just part of the deal. I loved the Beatles, and I always thought Oasis were great, but I couldn't stand Blur. I always thought they went too far into the realm of campness and bitchery. Not that I'm totally immune to the appeal of those qualities in day-to-day life, I just don't like them in music. The Blur versus Oasis rivalry was something I grew up with, but I always felt it was something the music papers made up for their own commercial ends. And the things the two sides were meant to stand for got really boiled down in the process. People who liked Oasis were meant to be meat and potatoes types who distrusted any form of innovation or anything pretending to be something it's not. A milkshake energy drink, for example, is a proposition your stereotypical Liam Gallagher fan would have theoretically run a mile from. Yet in reality, they'd be far more likely to drink one than someone who really admired Graham Coxon's guitar playing. My marked preference for What's the Story Morning Glory over The Great Escape has never translated into an obsessive need to maintain a strict separation between sweet and savoury. I don't mind raisins or sultanas, whichever tiny dried fruit is available is fine with me. In couscous, for example. I also love sweet potato, the vegetable that thinks it's a fruit. I'm not a culinary bigot. Someone told me once that the individual members of Blur have all got sisters, but not brothers. I'm not sure if that's true, but I think it might be the gateway to a better understanding of the Blur Oasis divide than the more traditional ones derived from social class or North African fruit-based cuisine. Even though I did have sisters, because they were so much older than me and weren't in the house when I was growing up, they felt more like aunts. My brother was the one who had. Who's that? Andy, innit? Yo. Yeah.
Nothing too crazy, don't worry. We'd just be some by BT man because we're changing over some of the Wi-Fi lines. A lot of the neighbours have had issues with it being very up and down. Do you guys directly with BT, mate, or is this guy top sort of Vodafone?
One of them. Don't use any of it. Just read books. That's it.
You're good.
Yeah.
No worries, mate.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, there's a guy at the window. Where am I up to? Two of my current best friends grew up with sisters, but not brothers, so I'm not prejudiced against the brotherless as a social group. But I do think they have a subtly different approach to life, and I feel like the first time I meet someone, I could always tell whether they have a brother or not. And not just by asking them whether they prefer Blur or Oasis. Looking back now, the extent to which Britpop impacted on the UK cultural landscape as a whole in the 90s almost seems like a throwback to the 60s in the same way that much of the music was. I was excited about the way A Grand Don't Come For Free and particularly Dry Your Eyes managed to touch people across a similarly wide spectrum. But by the time my third album had come and gone, it was clear that making this big a splash, for me at least, was not going to be a regular occurrence. Over the years that the Streets was operational, there was obviously a massive shift in the way music reached people. With the decline, the X Factor accepted of the old school mass media relative to the more diffuse and fragmented mechanisms of the internet, YouTube and Twitter, it became much harder to buy your mum and dad a house with the proceeds of one single, but much easier to build and maintain a relationship with what Seth Godin would call your tribe. Reaching out to the people who were really into what I was doing and expanding that connection into different areas is something we were really big on from the third album onward. Ted has always been really up on all that stuff, and I've had my own reasons for being an early adopter, which I'll explain in the next chapter. But probably the most important thing when you're committing a lot of energy to all those means of communication that were new and weird at the beginning of the last decade, but felt like they'd been around forever by the end of it, is not to lose touch with the fundamental essence of what it is that you do. Tim Vigon was the king of that. Whenever me and Ted were off in the Twitter realm, making our digital TV show Beat Stevie, or getting people to scan the barcodes off tins of Heinz beans on their iPhones to enable them to download a mixtape, Tim was always there to say, "Is this straightforward enough? The tour needs to sell." In short, he brought the Bruce Springsteen. Everybody needs someone to do that. And while it would be a major distortion to say that bringing the Bruce Springsteen was what my fourth album was all about, the idea of making a whole album which didn't make any specific reference to modern life was certainly an attempt to see if creativity could still flourish in a world from which gimmicks and gadgetry had been temporarily excluded. 18. Product placement is just an extension of a visual metaphor. As obsessed as I've always been with music in terms of the way I describe things and think about concepts, I'm actually a visual person more than a sound person. Different types of brain favour certain senses, and that's the type of brain mine is. The metaphors and similes I use very rarely relate to sound or taste. I never write lyrics that are sounds like or smells like. It's always looks like. When I used to have epileptic fits, I'd get this weird thing where I would see logos. Something happened in my brain, and I would frantically be trying to work out what they stood for. You know that feeling when you see a logo on some clothes or some piece of electronic kit and you don't know what the company is, or even more generally, when you know the word for something but it won't come to you. It was a version of that frustration but hyper realized. I would babble all this stuff to my dad about not being able to work out what a logo stood for. Someone once suggested to me that this was evidence of the extent to which I had internalized the materialistic mentality of hip hop. There was product placement going on inside my own brain, but I suppose product placement is just an extension of a visual metaphor. So really what my brain was doing was processing its inability to work out the lexical cognition of the combination of that picture, the logo, with that concept, what the logo is supposed to mean. As I got older, I started to feel that actually there were no logos, there was no company whose ethos and range of products these visual images were intended to encapsulate. My brain was just imagining them as a reflection of the fact that I was in a trance. There's a guy in one of those really interesting books about how the brain processes sound. I can't remember if it's Oliver Sacks' Musicophilia or Daniel J. Levithin's This Is Your Brain on Music, who always heard the same piece of music before he had a fit and didn't know if it was an actual piece of music or something he was hallucinating. This seems like the exact equivalent of my imaginary logos, only for someone whose brain has a leaning towards sound rather than vision. I can totally imagine the feeling of a sound and not knowing where that sound came from. So, from my own experience, I would deduce fairly confidently that the music he remembered didn't actually exist. That overwhelming feeling of misplaced familiarity is like a chronic version of deja vu. by which I mean the mental state, not the garage club of that name in Stratford, which I never went to. But when you're experiencing these kinds of sensations for the first few times, when you still haven't worked out what they are yet, it can be quite terrifying. My epilepsy started off as migraines, and then it progressed to grand mal seizures. At first it was like looking directly at the sun, till you get a speck in your vision. But that speck doesn't go because you've burnt a hole in your retina. Gradually that spot turns into these colourful things which get bigger and bigger. That part of the process probably takes about 5 minutes, and at the end of it I can't see anything but colours. Then I get this weird thing where my eyes kind of look off into the corner and they won't move. It's like I'm compelled to stare over there. I can't look away. I'm going to read that again. My epilepsy started off as migraines, and then it progressed to grand mal seizures. At first it was like looking directly at the sun until you get a speck in your vision. But that speck doesn't go because you've burnt a hole in your retina. Gradually that spot turns into these colourful things which get bigger and bigger. That part of the process probably takes about 5 minutes, and at the end of it I can't see anything but colours. Then I get this weird thing where my eyes kind of look off into the corner and they won't move. It's like I'm compelled to stare over there. I can't look away. That was how my family would know what was going on. I was never in a position to tell them because I couldn't really string a sentence together. That's the point when you're about to go unconscious. Then I have the seizure, which lasts maybe 20 minutes to half an hour. Then after that I'm out cold for about another hour. When I wake up it feels like I've gone really hard in the gym or played rugby or American football or something else I would never normally do. My muscles are knackered and I've got a banging headache. When I was a kid, we had a Spectrum computer I used to play on. The one with the really expensive joystick, and I used to do this thing where I'd put my nose up against the screen, because for some reason that felt really nice. I don't know what that was about, but I presume it was putting me into the preliminary phase of a trance-like state. I just kept pressing my nose against the screen and looking at the pixels, and I found that really relaxing. My dad would ask me what I was doing, and I would explain very matter-of-factly, putting my head against the screen, like it was the most normal thing in the world. It was to me, but I remember doing it one day and having a migraine, which wasn't all that surprising, as I was having those quite often at the time. A short while after that, I was in the front room of my cousin's house in Barnet watching Charlie Chalk, a TV show for really young kids that I liked for some reason. My mum was in the back room with my aunties. I don't think I had my head right up against the screen, but it was certainly quite close, and at that point I had another migraine, which my mum told me afterwards turned into my first fit. Because my mum's always worked for the NHS, getting diagnosed was not a problem. That's where the NHS taboo in my family comes from, though my dad, God rest his soul, was a full-on NHS Nazi as well. It's a personal crusade really, not to bring down the NHS, which has always done very well by me when I've needed it, but just to be able to talk about it in a balanced way. I presume a lot of people went to a lot of effort to reassure me that there was no stigma involved in being epileptic, because I never remember looking at my life in a before I got it, after I got it kind of way. But the one area of my existence which the epilepsy really did affect was TV and video games. Because I was photosensitive, stuff flashing at a certain rate, either 50 or 120 cycles a second, would set me off. Unfortunately, TV goes at 50. On the upside, this meant I never had to do IT at school. Staring at a computer screen for an hour was never going to fucking happen at that point. On the downside, it also meant not being allowed to watch much TV or play video games, which was pretty much all my friends who weren't rappers wanted to do. My gaming days were at an end, at least until flat screen TVs came in. because with them there's no flashing, it's just coloured pixels. Looking back, I suppose you could use my dedication to making music as an example of the kind of creative things kids would do if they weren't allowed to waste all their time playing computer games. But I do think there's a big part of me that would have been driven to do what I did anyway. I can play games again now, but I still don't, well, except over Christmas, but we'll come to that later. Obviously, not being able to watch a lot of the TV shows everyone else watched must have had a psychological impact on me at some level. But it's not really for me to say what that was. It's the cathode ray tube that is my enemy, not TV itself. When flat screens first came out, I was all over them before they'd even reached the shops. I know some people are frightened by technological innovation, but for me, the potential consequences of the absence of such progress are far more alarming. If no one had ever invented flat screen TVs, I'd never have been able to enjoy Breaking Bad. You don't see traditional TV sets so much anymore, but Ted's got one and I can't look at it. The feeling I get if I do is a mixture of mild anxiety and this kind of mesmerising element. It's almost like I'm a superhero. I can see beyond the image. Because the TV is flashing at 50 frames a second, it basically meshes with my brain. The main reason I made my first album on a laptop was because the screens they had were the first ones I could look at for long periods. So I was an early adopter, but it was more for medical reasons. I can feel a bit of a techie interlude coming on now, so people who are allergic to such things should skip the next section and start reading again at the words, "You can't listen to someone on Radio 1. The software I started making the first album on was Fruity Loops, which had only just come out at the time. Nowadays, a lot of dubstep people use it almost in a keeping it old school way, but the problem with it is you can only really use it on a PC. I have got it on a Mac because technically at least you can port it across, but doing that turns out to be an absolute nightmare. I had to stop using Fruity Loops when I got my first Mac, during the latter stages of original Pirate Material. At that point I went over to Logic, and that's the program I'm still using now. If you're a musician, you're probably more likely to use Logic, because that has a history of being a sequencer, but is also a pro audio software. If you're more of an engineer than a musician, you're probably more likely to use Pro Tools. There's not much to choose between them, although the Pro Tools plugins sound better. They're both made for the Mac. You used to be able to get Logic for a PC, but when Apple bought Logic, they brought the price of the software down to £200, which is dirt cheap. And then they just stopped making it for the PC. So basically you had to have a Mac to use it. Apple conspiracy theorists had a field day, but I thought it was really clever. As far as I'm concerned, Apple can do what they like, so long as they make the best products. The minute something better comes along, I'll get that instead. There's no loyalty with computers. There can be a fair amount of trauma though. When I was recording my third album, I was heading over to my friend's house with my laptop and a bottle of wine in my rucksack. You don't need to be a lifelong connoisseur of narrative twists to guess what happened next. I don't know how, I must have already opened the bottle at an earlier stage and recklessly pushed the cork back in, but by the time I arrived, the rucksack was half full of red wine and the laptop was the only copy of my almost finished new album on it was completely submerged. I took the computer out and hung it upside down, which is what you're supposed to do. But because it had the album on it and I was really impatient to find out if it had survived, I got a hairdryer out to speed the process along. This would probably have worked fine, except I was drying it while watching the film and slightly lost track of time. I looked up from the screen at one point to see that all the keys had melted and turned into these kind of petals that were just floating in the air. I ended up having to buy a new laptop and take it and the old one to this amazing repairman in New York. He was working out of what was basically a tiny cupboard. And what he did was effectively reincarnate the soul of the old computer in the body of the new one. The Matrix was the first cinematic parallel which sprang to mind for the amazing service this man was offering. But actually he was more like the guy in Tango and Cash. This incident was definitely a potent reminder of the perils of the backpack. But hazards lurk everywhere when it comes to computers. I had to spend £275 getting my iPad repaired not so long ago, because my daughter Amelia had decided it would be a good idea to throw it across the room just to find out what would happen. I'm all for youthful curiosity, but there are limits. At least in an ideal world there would be. Partly for the reasons outlined above, and partly just by instinct. I've never had any problem getting to grips with the fact that a flat screen TV is better than a cathode ray tube. A smartphone is better than one of those giant clunky mobiles from the 1980s, and an iPad 2 is better than an Abacus. But I know some people develop an emotional attachment to a particular generation of technology and find it difficult to move on, especially when they have a lot invested in the status quo. I had a big chat about this over a coffee with Zane Lowe once. I love Zane because he is the biggest and most anal retentive music fan I have ever met. He knows the name of the bass player in every band that never really made it. I know people say he boosts things up too much, but he does actually have an opinion as well. When I've done something he hasn't liked, he's told me, but it's not necessarily his job to give that view when he's on air. You can't listen to someone on Radio 1 and take what they're saying as what they're really thinking. Even Fern Cotton can't genuinely think everything's amazing. Zane was struggling to get his head round the internet, and I think the problem he had was in not properly understanding the difference between active and passive attention. When you're on Radio 1 or MTV, you're getting a whole lot of passive attention. There might be millions of people watching or listening to you just because you're on, and you're never going to be quite sure of the extent to which they're really paying attention. Whereas if you transfer that to the internet, you might only be getting an audience of thousands, but that audience is much more valuable and enduring because those people have actively sought you out. Zane Lowe's approach to this is where's the business, but the problem with that attitude is that people have got a lot more choice now. So you can't necessarily rely on the clout of an old school mass media to get your message across. Basically, you just have to do what you believe in and try to develop a small crowd of people who actually love or at least really like you, rather than a massive crowd that doesn't turn off when you come on. If you can get 10,000 people to spend a tenner a year coming to see you live or buying something you've released, that's enough to keep the business side of things going, and I think that's something we managed to do pretty well with the Streets. I wasn't too far ahead of the curve when it came to blogging, Everyone and the intern at the record company who pretends to be them was already doing it pretty soon after we were, but we got in on Twitter really early. When Twitter first started, it was widely misunderstood as being just a one-way thing. The hungry masses gathering round to pick up the crumbs from the showbiz top table. It's true that some people have tried to use it that way, but they haven't tended to have much success. The essence of Twitter is that it's a very public conversation. Your short message is automatically sent to all the people who have signed up to follow you, and then you and they can go to your feed and see absolutely everyone's responses lined up in a very long list. I couldn't hazard a guess as to what the average rate of reply is, but let's assume for the sake of argument that you'd expect 50 to 100 replies for every 10,000 followers. One of the things I found quite fascinating about this arrangement was how it simultaneously resembled and contrasted with the mechanisms I was already using to communicate with people. If I think about my first album, ultimately, that was just a very personal thing, and for me, that was all it ever was, which hopefully to the hundreds of thousands or even millions of people who heard it, felt like me talking to them one-on-one. When I'm playing a festival, the crowd has more of a consciousness of itself as a collective organism, as well as an assembly of disparate individuals. This can be an aspect of the experience that people really enjoy, being part of something that's bigger than themselves, but it can also be quite alienating for the performer as well as the audience. The cold-blooded financial rationale of a 21st century rock festival, and I suppose of entertainment businesses as a whole, is to process the enthusiasm of large numbers of people into money as efficiently as possible. When you're up on the stage, it can sometimes be quite hard to put that fact out of your mind. The situation demands that you stop seeing people as individuals, because otherwise the sheer scope of all those different individualities will become overwhelming. So you dehumanize them because you have to, and to see a sea of unpraised arms waving as one on your command, like anemones in an ocean current, is not necessarily a particularly healthy way of looking at human beings. It certainly didn't improve Adolf Hitler's people skills. No doubt there are some performers whose despotic tendencies are brought out by being in that position. Okay, let's see. Despotic. Tyrannical. Although I've not seen as many diva outbursts backstage at festivals as you might expect. Johnny Borrell of Razorlight and Pharrell Williams of Nerd throwing microphones across the stage is about as bad as it's ever got. It's always problems with monitors that get them. And I must admit, if you can't hear the music you're meant to be singing along with to an audience of 100,000 people, it's hard not to get a bit tense. The dynamic which Twitter sets up with the people that are following you differs from the experience of playing at a festival in one key respect, and this is the thing which makes it potentially a bit more healthy as a means of interaction. On a Twitter feed, the uniqueness of each individual, which the festival setting conspires to conceal, is staring you right in the face. When you put something up there, you will get every opinion you can possibly think of in response, a 360-degree totality of different viewpoints. And unless you keep your feet firmly on the ground, scrolling rapidly from one to the next is liable to make you dizzy. Of course, when you're on stage performing to a very large crowd, you know in the back of your mind that every person is different. But with Twitter, the reality of that is much harder to escape. The people behind the opinions are revealed to you. Or at least they are to me, in all their imposing uniqueness. At a gig, they're all together en masse, but on Twitter, they're in a long line, and you're having distinct interactions with every single one of them. Every few seconds, you're seeing an individual, and then another, and then another. The analogy of the Queen shaking hands with the stars backstage at the Royal Variety performance is not one whose implications I feel entirely at home with, for obvious reasons, but let's just say that look of bewilderment she tries so hard to hide is no longer a complete mystery to me. Like any major breakthrough in communications technology, the full implications of Twitter are going to take us some time to process. Are we even meant to be able to instantly comprehend that many different individualities? When you're being passionately berated by American fans for your temerity in not doing any interviews, you thought you were saving them the trouble of listening to you prattling on about a load of bollocks. But it turns out you were actively shunning them. It does sometimes feel as if you're a guinea pig in some kind of not very well controlled psychological experiment. There are good ways and bad ways of dealing with the stress this causes, but the worst thing you can do is start to look at it as a numbers game. 19. The donk of diminishing returns. If you follow the numbers on Twitter or the internet, all roads lead to Justin Bieber. Teen heartthrobs just trump everything. But when I look at my specific modest tally of hits, and it's very difficult not to, every now and again you'll get a spike and you'll think, how have we just had that? As a general rule, it's songs that people respond to. I find it quite reassuring that, unless you happen to be a skateboarding cat, you can't really compete with a new song by an artist. My music videos are massive compared to everything else we do, but our biggest ever individual spike came when we put a donk on Susan Boyle. For those who are not educated in its ways, a donk is just a very reductive way of turning something into a dance. Basically, it's the simplest Eurobeat where the music goes donk donk donk. It's terrible and rudimentary, but also classic, and it really gave Subo a new dimension. While we're defining technical dance music terms, I'd like to take this opportunity to revisit the issue of side chaining. I wrote a blog a few years back about the Tron Legacy soundtrack and how much I loved it, and gave it the title Sidechains and Wide Whalers. I got stick off Ted for that because he said I was talking in riddles, but to me it's completely straightforward. Side chains are the sucky sounds pioneered by Daft Punk's Thomas Bangalter, which are now pretty much omnipresent in house music, and wide whalers are large-lunged vocalists in the soul idiom. Jocelyn Brown would be a good example. The latter phenomenon is fairly self-explanatory, but the former takes a bit of technical background to get the hang of. A compressor is a dynamic controller, which means it turns the signal down when it gets loud, but up when it gets quieter, to narrow the dynamic range and make the whole thing sound fatter. When you hear a song played on the radio, it will generally have been compressed to within an inch of its life. And what side chaining involves is putting a compressor on a loop to magnify the effect of the kick drum. Let's say you've got a loop which is going dugga dugga dugga. Normally, as that loop gets louder, the compressor would pull it down to make it feel fatter. But if you assign the control element of the compressor to the kick drum, then instead of fattening up the sound of the loop, all it does is turn it down whenever the kick drum fires, which makes the kick drum feel louder, even though it actually isn't. That leaves you with that kind of seesawing, panting for breath after running effect, which will be very familiar to anyone who has ever listened to any record made by LMFAO. The theme song to MTV's Jersey Shore is the one that's hardest to avoid. Maybe we should have sidechained Susan Boyle as well, because if we'd paid too much attention to what the figures were telling us in the aftermath of our I Dreamed a Dream donk triumph, we'd certainly have put donks on everything we did, even though this would inevitably, and probably sooner rather than later, have left us faced with the donk of diminishing returns. The path I chose to take took me in exactly the opposite direction. What was the most appropriate creative response for me to make to a world in which rapidly evolving digital communication systems seem to be changing the rules of engagement between music makers and listeners on an almost daily basis? The way I opted to go was to try to come up with a whole album of musical parables which made no mention at all of any of the technological accoutrements of modern life. I can see this looks like an obvious choice now, but at the time I can assure you it was quite a bolt from the blue. If I was to attempt to analyse my career in the guise of the terrifying neuro-linguistic programming guru type character Tom Cruise, presumably based on Anthony Robbins in the film Magnolia, and stranger things have happened, I would say that the ideals my first three albums were pursuing could be boiled down in chronological order to inspiration, structure, and then truth. As far as my fourth album was concerned, people tended to think of it as a rehab thing, but that was bollocks. I was still doing all sorts, just at slightly less regular intervals, and the idea of sloughing off the detritus of modernity had nothing to do with giving up drink or drugs. In retrospect, I can see why it appeared that way.
I'm just looking at places to go to for my plan. And I'm going to make a list. Oh, sorry, I should say, in the last shot, the battery ran out whilst I was reading. And so it went off. So I've just fully recharged it. I'm going to continue reading in a little bit. But yeah, going to get some. What I'm going to do is I'm going to write down the next books that I want to get. So we need one on Oxford, one on Cambridge, and I was just searching up houses, flats, prices in those areas. Very pricey. About as I'd compare them to London prices. But after having just watched a video of someone in Oxford, it did make me think it might be a good place to go, as I've not been. So I'm definitely going to go there, and I'm more than likely going to read some books about it. So yeah, I'm really getting a sense of where I'd most like to go in the UK, but I only have to think about one thing at a time, and as long as I keep traveling, as long as I keep doing the video, and as long as I keep reading books, then that'll mean everything's okay. That's the most important thing. I can't make too many plans. I can only make one plan at a time. But what it is that I'm considering right now is if I should buy another place to live, where should it be? So it's definitely 100% going to be much further south than where I've been for the last 5 years. And Oxford and Cambridge look like two options that I definitely want to consider. But saying that, they are incredibly expensive. So whether that's realistic or not, I'm not sure. It's definitely piqued my interest. These two places have definitely piqued my interest as potentially very interesting places. So, like I said, I'm not actually completely sure as to whether I'm going to rent or buy moving forward. We'll see. I spoke to the estate agent today, and they talked to me about the various options that are available. So I think they said the fastest option would be to put this house up for auction. And they also said they have a service that is available by which they can they can clear out your house if you don't want to take all your stuff out. They'll take it out, they'll take care of it, so you can leave some stuff in the house. The other option is to leave it completely empty and for me to clear the house out.
two options. I'm fairly sure that I'm going to send them an email tomorrow saying that I would like to put this house up for auction. And to see what happens. So that's what I think I'm going to do. I think I'll send them a message tomorrow. I'll sleep on it. Always a good idea to sleep on it. See how you feel. But that's that for now. Anyway, I did really want to go back to doing some more reading. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I'm going to continue with the book that I started before, which is The Story of the Streets by Mike Skinner. In retrospect, I can see why it appeared that way, but at the time I really resented the assumption that I'd gone on some kind of back to nature kick. I suppose that's because making an album can be part of the process by which you draw a line under a particular phase of your life. So by the time that record hits the shelves, you've already moved on, and the last thing you want to do is be endlessly reminded of the state of mind you've worked so hard to leave behind. If there is a recovery album in my back catalogue, it's probably the third one, and a lot of what I was talking about on that record is stuff that was actually happening when I was finishing A Grand Don't Come For Free. However much people might want them to, the way your life unfolds and the way your work develops are never going to run exactly in time. There's always going to be an element of syncopation there. Having said all that, I do understand the appeal of the Spinal Tap rock cliché arc. So even though I hadn't suddenly gone all philosophical in the aftermath of some rehab-prompted spiritual awakening, I just wanted to do something a little bit different, and working within the constraints of not referencing modern life seemed a valid challenge for me to set myself, since referencing modern life was something I'd become particularly known for. Like Slash making a record with no guitars on it, or 50 Cent doing an album with no gunshot sounds, I can totally understand why anyone who heard about what I've been doing instantly jumped to that initial conclusion. I would have probably jumped to it myself if confronted with the same evidence. The Spinal Tap rock cliché arc is there for a reason, because there is a large element of truth in it, and that large element of truth is something no one in the music business can be arrogant enough to believe they're immune from. I don't think you can ever get away from it. If I'd done my fifth album fourth, people would have said, he's done a back to his roots thing, and that's another terrible cliché. Re-embracing the blues riffs. Because I'd gone to Prague to record an orchestra, and the album started with the sound of a Hammond organ being switched on, people maybe thought I was going to give it the full Jools Holland. But the fact is, my attitude to musical virtuosity never really changed over years. When I was at school, I remember thinking, if I learn music, then I'll end up playing jazz, and I hate jazz. I was quite insistent on this point as a kid. I didn't even like listening to music that wasn't the sort of music I was trying to make, because I thought it might spoil everything. It seems quite narrow-minded looking back, but I think you need that kind of focus when you're young, and in a way I was right. It would have caused me terrible problems if I'd suddenly got into jazz. Whereas now I'm safely into my 30s, I know it's still out there waiting for me, and if I was to give in to jazz temptation at this point in my life, the consequences would be much less serious. That pervasive sense of not wanting to learn too much because you might lose the special thing you've got still endures. But on the other hand, Noel Gallagher can teach himself all the Ionian modes he wants, and he'll still, I'm relieved to say, end up playing lad rock, because that's just who he is. I've picked up quite a bit of music theory over the years without it changing either the kind of music I make or the kind of music I'm into. So maybe a lot of knowledge knowledge isn't such a dangerous thing in this area after all. I've never actually learnt to read music because I think it's an incredibly complicated way of saying something quite simple. Basically, music boils down to vibrations being divided up equally or not equally. When they're not equal, they're dissonant, and when they are equal, they're resonant. The reason I love the piano so much is because it's such a beautiful way of seeing notes and understanding their relations to each other. If you look at the key of C, which is essentially all the white notes, and you turn each of the notes into triad chords, that gives you C, D minor, E minor, F major, G major, A minor, diminished B, and C major again. If you create any sequence out of those chords in that scale of fifths, it will always sound right. And you can transpose the same relationship into any other key and that will still hold true. The only danger is that it might sound a bit too sweet, in which case what you do is every now and again put in a chord that's just plain wrong, but you use that as a contrast to point up how harmonious everything else sounds. If you look at a lot of those really great Motown songs, that's how they're all done. Really straight, classical chord sequences, but with the occasional blue note thrown in to freshen everything up. I'm really into the Roman numeral chord system as well, which is just a very straightforward numbering scheme that they use in Nashville. Observant readers may have noticed the way I've paid tribute to it in this book's Circle of Fifths inspired structural framework. When it comes to music, I'm not a big fan of the smoke and mirrors side of things. I don't like any messing around when we're doing a session in the studio. Any kind of noodling is anathema to me. If there is a keyboard player working with us, I'll basically say, play something, then press record, and in an ideal world, that's it. If they're good, they'll come up with something nice. It's the same with the drums and the guitar. Often, as a producer, your biggest contribution is not allowing musicians to talk themselves out of sticking with the first thing they did. I'm a complete control freak, but I want people to feel like I'm not actually doing anything. Creativity by osmosis is the ultimate goal. In an ideal world, the music kind of makes itself, and you've not really intervened in any way other than to say stop noodling. I'm not downplaying the significance of that contribution though. Sometimes it takes a lot of effort to talk people out of using the knowledge they have. That's why Brian Eno will tell the whole band to swap over and play the wrong instrument, to mix things up a bit, so you can give experienced musicians the thrill of doing something for the first time. It's all too easy for people to get to a point of professionalism where they're just going through the motions every time. At that point, what you have to do is make a fundamental change to that process and then work really quickly before their conscious minds have a chance to catch up. That was basically the trick I was trying to play on myself when I made Everything Is Borrowed. At that stage, I was still operating within the idealistic framework of trying to stretch myself in a new way with every record. Of all my albums, that fourth one was the hardest to make because I gave myself such a very tight remit and stuck with it. And I think some of the songs on it are incredibly successful, even though the man who reviewed it in Q didn't agree. My favourite was probably Edge of a Cliff, because even though it went through a really convoluted recording process, I was still very happy with the way it finally came out. The song had this kind of ancient guru character in it, who we spent a long time trying to get right. We sent a demo to Bob Dylan first, but he was never going to get involved with the idea of being an old man. We also spoke to Cat Stevens, but he wouldn't have a bar of it either. After that, a guy who'd had a big Christmas hit on Warner's a few years earlier came into the studio and did some recording with Magic, but he just seemed really angry with the way he'd been cast aside by the music industry, which didn't give the song quite the serene feel it needed. Then we did a version with Robert Wyatt, who was perfect. Me and Nick Worthington went up to the studio he uses in Skegness, and the vocal he did was great. I don't know why we didn't end up using it. I think it was probably owing to the fact that the lyrics kept changing and I didn't want to mess Robert around. The way I work is a bit like putting a film together. Everything's changing all the time. I've never encountered anyone else who does things the same way as me. Most people write an album and then record it over a few weeks or months in a big studio, but because I do everything myself, I'll spend literally years getting from the first version to the one I'm finally happy with. And in this instance, we ended up going through 5 session singers to find the right one. Even after the Wyatt version had gone by the board, it was very expensive. Going to Prague to record with an orchestra wasn't cheap either, especially as, with the exception of The Escapist and Heaven for the Weather, a lot of it didn't get used. Much to the disappointment of my manager, who wants everything to be cost effective, which I don't blame him for, it is his job. The idea of being on some kind of doomed quest for musical enlightenment was a big part of my 4th album, so it was appropriate that some of the most extravagant things we did never made the final cut. I suppose some of the restlessness of the whole process came from my awareness, certainly in the aftermath of the CBT interlude, that I was settling down a bit. I sold my flat in Stockwell and had this fleeting idea to buy a place in Ibiza. That lasted for about 3 months, and I got pretty interested in a few places before I realised that we needed a place in London more urgently than somewhere to hang out on the White Island. At that point, Claire and I moved to the house in Highgate, which we still live in now. I've always had a very clear sense that I have to be able to sacrifice everything for music. That's something which goes to the core of me. If you think of someone like Mike Tyson in his lethal prime, not in The Hangover, he came through a horrific childhood, and his unquenchable anger at the world fed into his total commitment to battering whoever was unlucky enough to be in the ring with him. That's not a career choice, it's an obsession. And even though I couldn't match Iron Mike for formative trauma, I always felt that when it came to music, I shared the same insatiable drive. Once other considerations, your wife or your kids, or even your own physical health, begin to assume equal or even greater importance to your primary creative motivation, you know the purity of that commitment is compromised, but in some ways that doesn't have to be a bad thing. It's the people this never happens to who've really got something to worry about, a fact to which no end of broken showbiz marriages and ruined showbiz childhoods can testify. The most explicitly philosophical and intellectually challenging thing that happened to me around the time of making Everything Is Borrowed was doing an interview with John Gray. If you want to find out what his work's all about, Straw Dogs is the book to read. False Dawn and Black Mass are good too. But Straw Dogs is the one where he maps out this kind of unanswerable void, a philosophical black hole into which all rival arguments disappear without trace. Because this book is so scarily dark, I thought he was going to be this big talking guy, but when I met him, he was just like a history teacher. I was really impressed by that. I did ask him whether he had kids or not, and he didn't. A lot of people who have kids do dark things, but maybe not so publicly. They feel the need to put more of a gloss on things. Your man Richard Dawkins is a really good example. He says all of this really dark shit up front, but then at the end he tells you we will all be saved because we are such a great species. Essentially, it's Christianity wrapped up as atheism. There are no happy endings in Straw Dogs, and I think if you had kids, you wouldn't write a book like that. I know I'm not going to go to such dark places now I'm a dad. The death metal album won't happen after all, and even if it does, it will be more overtly the work of a persona. Then again, maybe that's exactly how it is for John Gray. The same way Dr. Dre doesn't really shoot people because he's just a producer, but he says he shoots people and teenagers believe him. I know because I did. Or 50 Cent put his name to that computer game where he goes to Libya to do a concert in Colonel Gaddafi's neck of the woods, but it all goes a bit pear-shaped and he doesn't get paid, so he ends up running around causing a revolution. I'm not sure if that game is still on general release, as its already fairly tasteless premise has of course been overtaken by events to a painfully embarrassing extent. I haven't met enough of John Gray's colleagues to be absolutely confident about this theory, but maybe philosophers are more like rappers than is generally supposed. If their job is also to create a persona and use all the eloquence at their disposal to make as many people as possible believe in it, that would essentially make them MCs without jewellery. Chris and Gwyneth were the exception that proved the rule. Robert Wyatt was far from the only example of me setting out to do tracks with other people, but then the collaboration falling foul of one issue or another in the course of the particularly torturous process by which my albums get made. That template was established as early as Dry Your Eyes. Chris Martin from Coldplay originally sang the chorus on that, but then the guy from EMI said he didn't think the song was a hit and Chris didn't like the sound of his own voice on it, so that version got pulled. Even when I was in the papers quite a lot, I had a very few brushes with what would be thought of as the world of celebrity on account of fearlessly keeping myself to myself, but Chris and Gwyneth were the exception that proved the rule. When I first met them, I got the impression that Gwyneth was into my first album. I don't know why. I presume she saw her own lifestyle reflected in the irony of it all. Either way, I went for dinner with my sister once in the vegetarian restaurant round the back of the Hammersmith Odeon, and we bumped into her and Chris, who were in there with Stella McCartney and some other people, and went over to sit with them. We met up a few times after that and talked about me and Chris maybe doing something together. I think my friend Rob's band, The Music, who have the same manager as me, toured with Coldplay. So that was another connection. And when I wrote Dry Your Eyes, I thought the chorus would work well with him singing it, so I sent it to him. We met up in Primrose Hill at what was the band's favourite studios at the time. They've got their own now, and recorded the vocal, which I was really pleased with. But once the song was done, the whole thing changed from being something that was between us to something that was between our record labels. Negotiations got quite complicated very quickly, and in the end, his people pulled it for reasons that had something to do with America. There was certainly no hard feelings from my side. It all worked out very nicely in the end anyway. No doubt there are a few small-minded individuals out there who are relieved that my best-known song doesn't feature a cameo appearance by Chris Martin. I've always been puzzled by how furious some people, mainly music journalists, but not only them, seem to get about Chris's success. He's great live, he writes these amazingly unadorned but instantly memorable songs, and you can't say he's not a fantastic musician. So I'm with his good friends Kanye West and Jay-Z on this one. A lot of the people who are most vehement in their disapproval seem to come from the same kind of upper middle class background as he does, and seeing him holding Glastonbury in the palm of his hand makes them feel a bit uneasy. But you can't tell them, deep down, what you really hate is not Chris Martin, it's yourself, because they might get upset. There's something very British about being uncomfortable with naked ambition. We seem to have a big problem with that, but because I've spent so much of my life listening to rappers, naked ambition is, well, not quite my default setting, but it certainly bothers me much less than shit music does. If we can take a moment to consider the example of the Killers, I don't think they have ever really been as good as they should be. But if I was going to have anything against them, it would be that, not the fact that the singer says he wants them to be the biggest band in the world. No one ever gives Kanye or Jay-Z a hard time for being ambitious, so if you're willing to like that quality in them, you shouldn't hold it against Chris Martin or Brandon Flowers for that matter either. Jay-Z and Kanye certainly don't, and no doubt the fact that he's mates with two of the world's biggest rappers is the final straw for the Coldplay haters. Kanye and Jay-Z definitely respect Chris on a professional level for the efficiency with which his music does the job. But it also helps that they come from such different places, not just geographically and socially, but musically. So they're not really in direct competition with him. Given the tussle they had over who got to release a song with him on it first, Jay won, Kanye was livid. You could even say that they like him as an expression of their competitiveness rather than in spite of it. No one's claiming that these aren't two of the world's most competitive people. That's another league table they're determined to come out on top of. Kanye will slag off every other rapper in conversation. Of the big dogs in hip hop, he's the one I've probably spoken to the most, and he's always been really nice to me, but he's got plenty to say about his more immediate rivals. Pretty much every other major name in hip hop gets a scourging blast of he's not this or he's not that. It's hilarious. American rappers aren't the only ones who compete like that, as everyone who has read the description in Feel, Chris Heath's Robbie Williams book, of the high-pressure game of chess between Robbie and Chris Martin at the MTV Awards, will already be aware our homegrown pop stars can be just as determined to put one over on each other. I love that book, and the fact that by chance I ended up reading it in the same luxurious establishment in which that incident took place, the Hotel des Arts in Barcelona, only added to my enjoyment. I have had a tendency to throw computer games across the living room in naked rage, but in general, if I'm playing a game, I find it quite easy to allocate my ego to my music and sit down at the chess table with confidence that my sense of self is realised through my work, rather than my performance on the board. I could probably play chess with Example or Wretch32 and lose quite happily. That doesn't make me a better person than Robbie or Chris. I'm probably just expressing my own competitive nature by exhibiting my capacity to rise above the chess-playing fray. Therefore I win. It also doesn't mean I care about music more than they do. I think music is important to Chris Martin. Not so much Robbie perhaps, although I know some people speak very highly of his Rude Box. I think the internet has changed this quite a lot. The success of Adele certainly suggests something's changed. But traditionally, making it in America meant going from state to state, doing every radio show, making sure your record label gave cocaine to all the right people, and basically begging people to like you everywhere you went. When you're in America doing that, it's really apparent that you're flogging yourself every minute of the day. And there's something about marketing yourself in that way which is profoundly antithetical to the British character. It certainly is to mine. That's why I wasn't too bothered when things went somewhat belly up for me over there after the second album. That's also why Oasis, and maybe even their one-time close friend Robbie Williams, never made it properly over there. And if you look at the bands that really do, they always seem to be the ones like Coldplay or U2 who just don't have that shit filter. By which I don't mean that they're full of shit, more that they don't have that instinct to tell people to fuck off. Their attitude is more, what do we need to do, we'll do it. I admire that approach, but have sadly never managed to adopt it myself. I've always had an incredible capacity for passionate self-destruction, and once my heart makes a decision that something is right, I'm incredibly bloody minded about it, even if people at my record label tell me I'm sabotaging my own career. That was certainly what happened when I did a track with Muse. They came up with a riff at their studio in Italy and sent it over so I could do my bit. Then some big rock guy mixed it and my A&R man started getting really excited. You suddenly get all these people at the label saying, this is going to work on radio. I've always been quite impervious to that kind of thing. When I listen to things or look at them aesthetically, I just have an instinct. And once my shit detector has decided that something doesn't sound right or just generally isn't me, there's no going back on that decision, however angry my obduracy makes people. I think once I decided not to go any further with it, Muse were going to put the song out as a B-side for a while, and in the end it turned up on the internet. In retrospect, there is a temptation to wonder what was the real reason for this collaboration never properly seeing the light of day. In the end, I think it was just such a different creative process to the one I was used to. And because I wasn't in control of it, it was easier not to bother. It would be possible, and possibly correct, to see that as ducking out of a challenge on my part. But the upside of it is that when it comes to those people who really do believe in the streets, I can feel like I haven't let them down over the course of 10 years. It's good that people can clearly see where your decision making comes in, and the extent to which it hasn't followed the same pattern as other weak-minded musicians who've made choices based on factors other than how the music makes them feel. People can see through that, and that's why even though they might be a bit reluctant to buy your last 2 albums, they'll still keep coming to see you at Brixton Academy right to the end. Much has been said and written about the vital economic importance of the festival circuit to the 21st century music industry, but very little about the social significance. I'm not talking about the crowds here so much as the performers, for whom festivals are the ultimate meeting place, where any self-respecting rock or techno outfit does their musical socializing. People tend to be quite conscious of their own little gang and what that represents, so bands generally aren't that friendly with other bands. First because they're quite competitive with each other, but also because reaching out in that way would be likely to exasperate rivalries within their own necessarily tight-knit musical unit. If, for the sake of argument, I have no inside knowledge of an imminent personnel swap in this particular area, Chris Martin started talking to the drummer from Keane every time they met, then the drummer from Coldplay would have good cause to be anxious about his immediate employment prospects. I never thought of it this way at the time, but looking back, I suppose my particular situation was especially conducive to social interaction with people in rock bands, if only because I wasn't a threat to anyone. The good thing for me was the same applied in the grime world. People knew who I was, but whereas, say, Dizzy had come to terms with a lot of very intense rivalries within the MC community, I've never been in a turf war. I guess the kind of stuff I do is so alien to people that what would be the point of anyone having a problem? Either way, I'm still friends with Kano, Dizzy, and Wiley. Although, in the interests of full disclosure, I should probably add at this point that Lily Allen and I have not always seen eye to eye. I have been quite shocked at the extent of some of the antipathies I've witnessed backstage and the identities of those involved. For instance, Blur and Oasis had nothing on the Chemical Brothers and Basement Jaxx. I'm good friends with both parties, so I find it hard to understand why they don't get on better. But I suppose the Chemical Brothers see themselves as being very serious, so Basement Jaxx get on their nerves by being a bit too frothy for their tastes. The latter duo are a mild-mannered pair who wouldn't say a bad word about anyone, but the Chemical Brothers don't seem to like Massive Attack much either, and no one could accuse 3D and Daddy G of being frothy. Albums-oriented electronic dance acts seem to occupy their own quite stressful middle ground, somewhere between rappers and rockers. I think they generally started off with a lot of optimism and really being believers, but when it comes to touring, I think most of them ultimately end up just pressing play on a multi-track, because actually that's the safest thing to do. Stuff goes wrong and you're travelling all the time, and all the way through dance music, that's what it's basically been anyway, pressing play. Orbital were the odd ones out in this regard. They were always just completely mad in terms of the sort of risks they were willing to take. And having a load of vintage analog synths on stage is really risky, because you spend all your time repairing stuff. But they carried on doing it for decades on end, and I really admired that. Because I was always more interested in going to house clubs than seeing bands live, that whole techno rock crossover thing which happened in the early 90s slightly passed me by at the time, Daft Punk excepted. If someone asked me whether I thought Underworld's Dub No Bass with My Headman was the best album of the dance generation, I couldn't really come up with a definitive answer. That would seem like the kind of question which is only relevant to people who prefer to consume dance music in album form, so it reminds them more of rock and roll. I did see Underworld play live in Miami once, and that was amazing, even though I didn't really know any of their songs, except the Lager 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 one, and another with a weird arpeggio thing which someone plays on an MS-20. I was also good mates with Darren Emerson in Australia for a month or so a few years back. I was doing the Big Day Out festival, so I decided to go out to Sydney 4 weeks early and live the Aussie dream, and for some reason I ended up hanging around with Darren a lot. He'd fallen out with the other two in Underworld by then, probably because he was much younger and came from more of a dance background. But I got on with him really well. We drink a load of white wine, then he'd start singing Fit But You Know It, and I'd be shouting Lager 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 back at him. By any objective criterion, we were a nightmare, but it was fun. Don't get me started on the Aphex Twin though. He's an absolute knob jockey. I'm not generally one for speaking harshly of other musicians, but he's been quite vocal in his distaste for the streets over the years, so fair's fair. I don't normally mind people not liking me, but people who don't like me, who are absolute shit, I do have a problem with. I spent the entire evening cussing him over the PA at a German festival called Melt once, after he came on stage with about 20 disabled people playing netball in wheelchairs. I realise on paper this might look like quite an impressive spectacle in a Spinal Tap kind of way, but to those who were actually there, it just felt really wrong. Someone once asked me if I thought it was a coincidence that none of the people in bands I've become friends with have generally, with respectful apologies to the music, Coldplay and Muse, been considered cool. That's a strange way of looking at things, but I suppose cool is not something I've ever either been, except for a few weeks in Williamsburg in 2002, and that was by accident, or tried to be. And the fact that there isn't a hipster bone in my body was always going to make it less likely that I'd become best mates with the guy from LCD Sound System. Maybe there are some artists out there who have a checklist of cutting edge peers they're determined to get to know. In fact, I know there are, but for me, the way you bond with people in the music business is the same as it is in any other walk of life. You just happen to come into contact with them and think they're funny. For example, I got to know Muse after they headhunted my ex-bass player Morgan to play keyboards for them. He used to be in a band called The Senseless Things, who Muse's bass player Chris was a big fan of, and rather than take offence at them luring him away, I thought it was really amusing that they liked the way he played bass, so they recruited him to play keyboards. It was certainly a big ask for Morgan, because I think even he would have admitted that at the point he wasn't as good a keyboard player as he was a bassist. He's getting better now, though. Obviously, Muse are officially a power trio, so you don't see him on TV performances, but he's always there, one of rock's dirty little secrets. They made it up to me by asking me to support them at the new Wembley Stadium, which was a really tough gig, but I think I did pretty well under the circumstances. The crowd were openly hateful. Their attitude was that they liked Muse, but they didn't really like anything else. So it was highly stressful trying to win them over to the joys of Giza Garage. It just wasn't something they were comfortable with. I remember a girl standing right at the front with a banner that said Muse, rock music for intelligent people, which says it all really. She obviously had a very fixed idea of what she thought was intelligent and what she thought was really chavvy. But the one thing you learn from long hours spent hanging around backstage at festivals, and I suppose the message I hope people will take away from both the non-contemporaneous parabolics of my fourth album and this chapter's extended survey of inter-band social interaction, is that those kinds of divides are like hands of cards at poker. They don't always fall the way you'd expect. 21. If they stick with me till album number 5, they know they can get a greatest hits out of it. There are 3 sides to every story. There's Bob Dylan's version, the rabbi's interpretation, and then there's the truth. It's amazing how many of the fundamental issues of life come down to 3s. From how many primary colours there are, to the tally of phone numbers in the humble drug dealer's basher I swapped my iPhone for, my tour manager, the road wife, my actual wife, Ted, and that's it. People have done economics tests where someone will have a stall selling jam, and if they have 5 flavours, they don't sell nearly as much as if there's 3. 5 is too much choice. 3 is just the right amount. De La Soul weren't messing about when they sampled that song about it being the magic number. I'm not saying the sales figures of my 5 albums absolutely support this theory. But let's just say that if my record company had decided to set me free after number 4, I couldn't really have blamed them. As much as everyone tends to think the music business is all about the bottom line, the considerations they take into account in making that type of decision go way beyond mere bean counting. Okay, if they stick with me till album number 5, they know they can get a greatest hits out of it. But also, when the time comes to be signing other people, it will make them look good if they've stuck with me and my idiosyncratic personal vision right to the not so bitter end. If you look at it from a musical point of view, which I doubt Warners were doing, at least not in this way, the fifth is half the vibration of an octave. If you divide a guitar string in half, you get the octave. If you divide it again, you get the fifth. Further subdivisions in either direction would give you the third and the minor seventh. These are just the fractions of a vibration that inform a pleasing harmonic scale, but I'm not sure how harmonious the meeting would have been if I'd demanded a 2-album extension on these somewhat theoretical grounds. If I was going to write a self-help book, it would be subtitled What I Can Teach You About Life from the Perspective of the Music Industry. But because pretty much all the knowledge I've ever acquired about people and business, and creativity as well, has been channeled through the music industry, both before and after I was a part of it, some might see that as a pretty restrictive portal, but the evidence of my senses tells me otherwise. And there's a strange symmetry between the experiences of being on the outside looking in and on the inside looking out, which I feel privileged to have experienced. Wikipedia's capsule explanation of what symmetry is incorporates the very resonant phrase patterned self-similarity. And I would now like to explore the meaning of that concept via the seemingly unfeasible, but please bear with me, medium of my 2 encounters with Birmingham reggae legend Steel Pulse. One came when I was playing Glastonbury on the same day as them in 2008. The other more than 10 years earlier when I was sacked from a holiday job at their studios for dealing cocaine. A crime of which I would like to emphasise, if only for the sake of my mum's peace of mind, I was entirely innocent. Let's be honest, the West Midlands does make the best reggae in England. It's up there with heavy metal, sarcasm and goalkeepers in any list of things Birmingham does well. And one important detail of my musical education I've so far left unmentioned was the summer between school and college, post Harry and the Krishnas, but pre-Burger King. When I did work experience at Steel Pulse's studio's Rich Bitch, it wasn't that kind of school supervised work experience you get sent on when you're 14. I did that at Sainsbury's, and very depressing it was too. I'd sorted it out for myself, and even though I had a fairly realistic apprehension of the fact that this wasn't exactly the famously well-equipped Olympic studios in Barnes, there was also a definite sense of it being a first step on the ladder in terms of ultimately finding work within the music industry. Steel Pulse themselves were quite a distant presence. I only met them once, but the possibility of bumping into them again was quite inspiring. Most of the people I was actually dealing with on a day-to-day basis were of a very different musical persuasion. My job was to repair SM58 microphones. Death metal bands tended to swallow them when they were trying to make that strange growling noise they think is singing. And when they weren't doing that, they'd be throwing them at the wall. That wasn't too much of a problem, though, as the microphones were simple enough to fix. All you had to do was take the screws off and resolder them. The microphone abusers in question wouldn't have been Napalm Death or anyone you'd have heard of. Rich Bitch was the kind of studio where local pub bands recorded demos, although Sebastian Bach from Skid Row came in once and Black Sabbath had their storage round the back, which was quite something. When Sabbath came back off tour, that was the first time I'd ever seen a wardrobe in a flight case. The idea that you'd have makeup and clothes in a box with wheels on seemed quite grandiose to me at the time, but the fact is, if you're on tour, everything has to be in a flight case. If J-Lo gets 50 flowers, a white sofa, a tree and some candles put in one, people don't understand why she's doing it. They think that's really terrible. But the fact is she's earning a hell of a lot of money, and the only disadvantage of her situation is that she never gets to be at home. So why not spend some of that money to make the experience of touring more homely? When you're not earning J-Lo's wages, it would feel like a bit of a waste. So there don't tend to be too many scented candles in my flight case. I didn't actively rifle through Black Sabbath's flight cases, I just saw them out the back, thought they were amazing, and instantly ascended to the next level of insider knowledge above a normal person who might assume flight cases only contain musical instruments. Such precious nuggets of data have the same invigorating effect on an ambitious teenager hoping to make his way in the music industry as those gold coins do on the Super Mario Brothers. And when you find out that Pantera and Sepultura travel with their own workout benches, so their roadies have to carry entire sets of weights in giant metal boxes, well, that's when a higher state of enlightenment really beckons. Given that my ultimate ambition at this point in my life was to be Thomas Bangalter or the RZA, I knew there was still a little way to go, but fixing microphones was a start, and every little bit of experience I could rack up was probably going to be useful to me, with the possible exception of getting unfairly fired for being a wannabe drug dealer. It all started with a conversation I was having with the receptionist about drugs. Somehow that got turned into me selling drugs, and then all of a sudden the people who ran the place just didn't like me anymore. Historically, I'm a chatty guy, and receptionists are trained to talk, but the underlying theme of this rather painful memory is not that I'm attracted to receptionists, it's that at this point in my life I was definitely on the underside of the operation. I was a filter feeder like a prawn passing plankton through its digestive system. If you want to be really healthy, you need to eat stuff out of the middle of the food chain. For example, white fish such as cod, though maybe not so much cod as there aren't many of them left. Tuna and other larger fish nearer the top of the chain tend to have a lot of toxins in because they eat everything else, whereas those at the bottom aren't very nutritious because they just eat crap. There's definitely a music business analogy in here somewhere, but I can't quite draw it out. The boss of the studio was a weird bloke with a moustache. He had loads of fish in a tank, not to eat, well, at least not as far as I know. And a couple of rank German Shepherd dogs. I can still smell them now. In fact, the memory is making me nauseous. You had this real sense that he must have been running the studio for at least 40 years. He would have probably had a ponytail in the 80s, but it was gone by the time I came into the rich bitch story. It was probably kept in a flight case somewhere out the back. I don't know if the studio's investment in digital technology in the 90s was a good one or not, but there was a constant sense that money needed to be made by selling burgers at slightly inflated prices. It's very important to get the snacks right in a studio. Everyone has a burger, don't they? If you're in a band and you're rehearsing, you're going to, at the very least, have a can of Coke and a packet of crisps and probably a double-decker. And if the guy running the studio is not delivering that to you at a healthy markup, he is making a huge tactical mistake. It wasn't the mustached man who delivered the coup de grace. There was a kind of studio manager with a curly mullet who looked like he could have been in Metallica. I remember him delivering the message that my employment was at an end. I took it quite well, even though I was definitely innocent. I was 16, which was old enough to understand that Steel Pulse could not afford to undermine their standing as respectable citizens by having an association with drugs of any kind. In this case, as I said, the narcotic in question was cocaine, a drug of which I actually had little, if any, experience at that juncture. I don't want to incriminate anyone, but basically what had happened was a friend of mine had found some, and I was innocently mentioning that fact to the receptionist in a bid to seem sophisticated, and she, perhaps falling prey to a reciprocal impulse a guy can dream, was intimating that her boyfriend might possibly be interested in such a discovery. That was pretty much as far as the conversation went, and in retrospect, it's easy to see how someone overhearing us could have derived the mistaken impression that I was the new Pablo Escobar. I wasn't happy to be sacked. It wasn't so much the pay, which was a $5 an hour tops, and I was under no illusions that what I was learning was bringing me any closer to my ultimate goal of going into a studio to record. All you're doing really when you're working at a rehearsal studios is plugging people in. By the time the band leave, not only will the microphone probably be broken, the drum kit will certainly be in at least one more degree of disrepair than it was an hour ago. So as well as putting the SM58 back together, you're most likely going to end up reskinning the snare drums, not returning them. Which is the interesting job, because drummers tend to want to do that themselves. It was still a difficult moment to have to go home and tell my mum that this humble and not especially promising approach road into the music industry had suddenly turned into a cul-de-sac. Needless to say, I was quite discreet with her over the exact circumstances of my dismissal. In fact, most of this will be news to her even now. An atmosphere of intense lethargy always seems to descend on me when I give up or am sacked from a job. My response to the rich bitch debacle was uncannily similar to the way I later felt when I gave up temping at Marks and Spencer's, around the time I was welcomed into the music industry by Damon Albarn, which in turn paralleled my mood when we switched off the Street's Twitter account for the last time in 2011. As different as these three sets of circumstances might appear to be, there was definitely a common theme to the way I processed them emotionally. The same applied to the long-delayed renewal of my short-lived acquaintance with Steel Pulse. They were on a couple of bands before me at Glastonbury in 2008 when I bumped into them again. My drummer, Cassell, had been watching their drummer, who is incredible, though Cassell's no slouch either, from the side of the stage. They didn't remember me in my teenage street hustler incarnation, but there was a really good vibe when we were all chatting together. What there wasn't, despite everything we all gone through in the intervening years, was any sense, to me at least, of us being different people to the ones we were the first time we met. If that's not patterned self-similarity, then I don't know what is. My knowledge of reggae got better as I was doing the Streets' Let's Push Things Forwards. Had a ska element, but that came more from a folk memory of the specials than me knowing anything much about the music that had originally inspired Coventry's finest. The Lovers' rock element in Kevin Mark Trail's vocals obviously came from him, not me, but by the time I was doing A Grand Don't Come For Free, I was obsessed with Jamaican dancehall. There had been one obstacle to be overcome though, which was my prejudice against white people with dreads. I think the reason I've always been so hostile towards them ultimately is that what I perceive as unacceptable in their presentation of themselves is very close to insecurities I have about myself. I guess this is just my version of the upper middle class music journalist's Pavlovian anti-Chris Martin reflex. I've pretty much spent my whole life listening to and making black music, and I've always been friends with rappers, and no doubt, like many a blues, soul or jazz fan before me, I've processed my sensitivity about this fact into a very critical approach to other white people who I perceive to be expressing their enthusiasm for black music in an inappropriate way. It's quite a localized thing. They love reggae in France and Germany, for example, and I find nothing to object to in their enthusiasm, because they do it really well. But if you go into a reggae club in Germany, everyone in there will be white, but they're so genuinely into the music that it really doesn't matter. They're not trust fund revolutionaries swanning around UK halls of residence giving it the full Chris Blackwell. Those people really bring out my inner Paul Carf. I was talking to Cassell about the nature of this antipathy once, when we were on tour, and in the course of the conversation I found myself saying, I fucking hate reggae. Cassell is not actually Jamaican, I think he's from St. Lucia, but for obvious reasons I still had to spend the whole night explaining what I really meant, which is that it's not reggae itself I can't abide. I've always been obsessed with various aspects of Jamaican culture, and by this time I knew what all the dances were and was really into Vybz Kartel, so much as a certain very English, very middle class way of liking it. There's a lot of that in dubstep, I think. Dubstep is very suburban and always felt like a safe choice. I remember there being a real sense of a crossroads around the time Dizzy Rascal came out. The big new rhythms that established the template of grime were all really raw and aggressive. I recall my friend at Pure Groove saying he didn't understand what was happening. He used to sell records to DJs, and now he'd get 10 teenage kids who would all come in together being really rowdy and buy one according to his criteria. Really badly produced instrumental between them. At that point it was either MCs or nightclubs, and I always knew that my sympathies lay with the former camp. But if your instincts inclined in the other direction and you were one of those people who basically wanted garage to continue, you were already on the road to dubstep by way of Sublo, both of which are essentially just slightly more experimental versions of garage. It was the Magnetic Man guys from Big Apple Records in Croydon who got it all going. Some of them were really young. I remember Benga playing at the club FWD when my first album was out, and he was only about 13 at the time. And if people are into dancing at the kind of nightclubs you can go to without getting stabbed, you can't really blame them for coming up with Sublo and dubstep as an appropriate soundtrack for that environment. But it was never really my thing. I always found it quite studenty. Then the Streets was going to come to an end. One thing I knew about the Fifth Streets album was that it wasn't going to have a strong dubstep influence. The original idea was that the previous record, Everything Is Borrowed, was supposed to be about the past, Computers and Blues was going to be about the future, and then the Streets was going to come to an end. But it finished up being a bit more complex than that. I definitely wasn't aiming for the extremes that I played out with the previous records. The first album was extremely British and quite odd. The second album was extremely a story. The third album was extremely extreme. The fourth album was extremely philosophical, whereas the last album was always going to be extremely balanced. The plan was to combine elements of all its predecessors and hopefully bring them together in a satisfying way. But it was always going to be the most formulaic record I'd ever made. I knew the kind of songs I was going to write. Each one would involve outlining a genuine human drama of some description, and then trying to sum it up with the chorus in a way that wasn't straightforward. And I was determined to stick to that template. It was hard to see what other direction I could go in. Had I started experimenting again at that point, it almost certainly wouldn't have worked, and the only other way to go was backwards. If I hadn't already known Computers and Blues was going to be the last Streets album when I started work on it, which I did, I certainly would have by the end. I never said I was going to retire, just that I wouldn't be doing this particular thing anymore. And why would I? People have always liked the idea that there's something honest about the Streets, and it has been honest, but it couldn't stay that way if I allowed it to become a parody of itself. There's no margin in being the Liberace of Geezer Garage. It took me a bit longer than I'd expected to hang up those sequined Patrick Cox platforms. By the summer of 2009, the bulk of the fifth album was done, and it had been going okay, but I suddenly seemed to be ill all the time. I thought it was tonsillitis, and I almost had my tonsils removed. The surgeon said, "I'll do it for you, but I'm not sure that's what it is. Then I did an American tour on which I seemed to get really ill pretty much every other day, to the extent that I had to spend alternate days in bed and without the justification of chemical or alcoholic overindulgence I would once have been able to claim. The gigs were great, but some of them were a bit weird. One night I got really angry with my earpiece and ended up smashing it on the stage. By the time I got on the plane back to England, I was running a massive fever, and shortly after returning home I was diagnosed with ME. They said I'd probably had it for the previous 6 months, although presumably the time when I was unable to sleep in Notting Hill and ended up going for the cognitive behaviour therapy might have been a bit of an early warning. The groundwork I'd done then in accepting that it might be necessary for me to do something else with my life other than stare at a laptop for 18 hours a day certainly stood me in good stead at this point. I was in hospital for a while, but basically the only way to treat it was to turn everything off and stop doing anything that might be even vaguely associated with work. ME is a condition which is quite widely misunderstood. Some lives are absolutely destroyed by it. It's not just the embarrassment of having this thing that lots of people don't really believe exists. I also think in my case people find it very hard to believe that you could, as I did, drive yourself into such a state simply by spending too long writing music. I probably struggle with that explanation too if it hadn't happened to me. Beyond that, the ME is not something I want to say too much about. It's not that I'm frightened of getting hate mail, just that it wasn't really that big a deal, and I'm incredibly lucky to work in a field where I can effectively take a year off to get better without doing myself any lasting professional damage. If you take a big chunk of gardening leave in the music industry, people generally just assume you're in rehab for a coke habit and leave it at that. What I was actually doing was watching films and going to art galleries and leading a really contemplative life. You've got to keep doing stuff, but not too much, and finding that sweet spot is the road to recovery. As time went on, I found I could get a bit done in the morning. My daughter Amelia would wake me up around 6:30. I'd usually be in bed by 10 in the evening, and I'd need a bit of a rest in the afternoon. Not actually going to bed, just thinking about stuff that wasn't work. But there are still plenty of hours left in the day on that kind of schedule if you use them carefully. Once the summer of 2010 had arrived, I was feeling well enough to do a few more songs. One of them was the single Going Through Hell. The other was Trying to Kill Me. I shouldn't really have been working at that point, which is kind of what the second of those songs was about, but I was on my own path. I knew what I needed to do, and feeling you're regaining control of your capacity to push your luck a bit is a big part of making a full recovery. So I wrote the song about having to stop working overnight and recorded it in a day, then had a bit of a relapse. Giving up work, whether on a short-term or a long-term basis, is not something people in my family traditionally do easily. I'm very like my dad, and he found it quite hard to come to terms with the idea of himself as a retired person. I'm not sure what he'd have liked me to say about this, but I think maybe he defined himself by his work a little more than he realised. So when he found himself being round the house a bit more with time on his hands, he gradually felt like he didn't have a role and just gave up a bit. Seeing that happening certainly shaped my determination never to stop working. And I think it's even harder if you've got a normal job, because then you're probably doing either 50 hours a week or nothing. My dad had always been self-employed. He was an entrepreneur as much as anything. So if ever there was a time when work slackened off a bit, he would always have turned that into a new business opportunity. And I think it was knowing he wasn't going to be able to do that anymore that was so difficult for him. You might say what he went through towards the end of his life sounds like depression, and in a way it was. But I wouldn't describe either of us as depressives. We're more bipolar, which sounds the same, but it's not. At his worst, quite near the end, my dad was briefly sectioned under the Mental Health Act. Mum went in for a visit, and they called her aside and said, "We just need to talk to you about some of the things your husband's been saying." He told us today that his son has been on top of the pops and is a pop star. So Mum was like, actually that bit is true. Dad was always up and down to a degree, but in general he led a very stable life, and it was only towards the end that being slightly bipolar became a challenge to him. The whiskey from 9 a.m. probably hadn't helped. In the course of the ME, or chronic fatigue syndrome, or eustachian tube dysfunction, or whatever it was that went wrong in my head, I read a lot of books, partly in the aftermath of that, and partly just from being on the earth for 33 years. I feel like I've now got quite a clear perspective on the ways in which I'm different to pretty much everyone else in my life. The main clear blue water I can detect is in terms of the intensity of the divergent emotions I will feel throughout the average day. Obviously, everyone's moods fluctuate a certain amount, but waking up really happy and then an hour later being in a terribly sad place is pretty much the norm for me. I find that the essence of being an adult is trying to conceal that. But anyone who knows me will be familiar with the ridiculous range of emotions I'll experience throughout the average day. It's mainly down to what I'm working on, either what's wrong with what I'm doing or what's right with it. My dad was very similar. I've never been sure if I've been saddled with more of that up and down tendency than he was. It may be that I have it slightly worse, or it may just be that the nature of my working life has tended to exasperate the rhythm of it, at the same time as giving me more opportunity to dance. Figuratively speaking, I was never much of a body popper to that particular beat. People who are bipolar will just go out and buy a motorbike for no reason. Dad used to do that kind of thing sometimes. He'd just come back from work and show us the new car he'd bought, or tell us about some unexpected activity he planned for the next day. Finding out why he'd done this certainly explained a few things. Sometimes the spontaneity of approaching life in that way can be very exciting, but it can get you in trouble as well. They call it mania, don't they? When you're up, you take incredible risks and completely disregard your environment. And then when you're down, well, you're down. I'm the same, but for me, that risk-taking behaviour generally manifests itself, spread betting accepted, in making music that is very uncompromising. When that's what's happening, I generally feel like I'm doing exactly what I need to be doing. And when it's not, my sense of displacement and irritation can become quite overwhelming. One time when I really notice those successive waves of different feelings is when I'm on stage. It's probably only a mad person who can feel all the emotions of an hour's worth of pop music. Sometimes I wonder if you can even sing one song properly without being slightly bipolar. That's why, if you're performing for a living, it helps to be a bit of a diva. People like Barbara Streisand and Mariah Carey can convey everything they need to, and it comes quite naturally to them. You can see them just riding the wave. I go the opposite way. Rather than refusing to go on stage unless someone gives me a puppy, I tend to make people around me quite frustrated by being too matter of fact about everything. But the truth is, I need to be that way if I'm going to get through the experience in one piece. Someone might tell me that Dry Your Eyes is the perfect summation of how they felt in a particular moment in their life, and on one level I understand and appreciate that. I must do. Otherwise, I could never have written the song in the first place. But at the same time, when I'm performing it live, it's probable that the only thing I'll be thinking about is what I'm going to say at the end of it. I've not actually listened to that song in years. I've sung it a lot, and I've been channeling the very core of the emotion in the lyric as I've done so. But at the same time, all I was thinking about at the time was getting the words right and how best to get from the end of it into the next one. My mind was elsewhere because it had to be. It wouldn't be possible to experience the emotions of the song anew every time you performed it. At least not for me. Maybe the people who can't stop themselves doing or even trying to do that are the ones who wind up dead at 27. Maybe it sounds heartless to describe it as more of a functional thing, and if you say that a performance can't be a complete experience of the song, but you can enjoy the function of executing that song successfully, it probably makes you sound more like a golfer or a motor racing driver than an actual human being. But it's not a question of being a cold or unemotional person. It's a question of how your emotions are arranged. It's a bit like having a child. You love the child more than anything, but you have to bypass some of your feelings in order to be a good parent. For instance, one of the things I want to do is constantly cuddle my daughter Amelia, but for me to grab hold of her and do that would actually be really annoying for her. She wouldn't like it at all, so I have to pick my moments throughout the day. Conversely, when she's being an absolute mentalist, say we're in a restaurant and all she wants to do is not eat anything and lie on the floor screaming. You don't want her to be like that, but you have to keep your response within the realm of what is actually going to help the situation. Take control of your emotions and channel them in a pragmatic, manageable way. Essentially, what you're doing is using the power of your love to help you take responsibility. That's how it is with a song. It's an emotional thing, and I'm an emotional person. But if that relationship is going to operate successfully, I can't just be cuddling the song. Some people end up cuddling the song, and the song ends up being shit. It ends up like one of those kids in a sitcom who are too old to be living with their parents and don't have any life of their own, or one of those rappers who do great things but then drive you mad by going on about their daughter in public the whole time. Yes, Eminem, I'm talking to you. Please shut up about Hailey for her sake as well as ours. All that long year, when I essentially just had my feet up, Magic was hard at work. My studio had become incredibly hot to work in. It was a bit like the Windows operating system. It had been around for such a long time and had so much other stuff bolted onto it that it had ended up as a bit of a mess. So he packed all the gear away and we ended up with a big empty space. We set up one half of it as the control room and acoustically rendered the other using a recipe from the internet as implemented by the proverbial Polish carpenters. The end result was and is amazing. It's as good as, if not better, than a lot of the really big places in LA. You can record anything in there and you don't get reverb. Magic and I have got a really efficient setup developed too. I can come up with a lot of ideas really quickly, but I'm also very, very impatient and I tend to get tired by lunchtime. So I usually work for about 6 hours and then go off and do something else while whatever needs to be sorted out gets sorted out. I need to be very regimented, but so long as I don't do more than what feels like a half day to me, and I spend the rest of the time just kind of thinking about it, but not really doing anything, then I don't go mental. Whereas if I work straight through from 6 in the morning till 8 at night, I start having weird dreams, and the next thing I know, I'm on the edge of getting swept away. Alright, we're going to stop there. Made some good progress. We're on page 320. So, around about 30 to 40 pages left. Okay, so, good read. I don't know if that's going to be the end of the video. I think maybe it will. But we'll see. If I want to do more, then I'll add it on to tomorrow's video. So, see you later, folks. Thanks for watching. Take care. Bye.